Shalom Aleichem.
Shabbat shalom, Aben. Shabbat shalom, Mashpakati.
Late class, but I wanted to let those who went to the arrival get a chance to get home situated, blah, blah, blah. And welcome to Christopher Rawls. Does anyone know what tribe he belongs to yet? No one's interviewed him. No one's vetted him.
La, I haven't had a chance to. From what I understand, he was riding with the tribe of Manashah. So maybe Ya'u Gamaleo Nashe from Manashah might know something more about him.
Okay, we'll sort it out. So, was Hamatso, Achakem, Hamashpatem, Ashatso, Ya'o, Allah Echem, Lamad Avcham, Lagashot Ba'aretz Ashar Atham, Kobarim Shema Larasha Ha, Lamain, there Ath Ya'o, Allah Echa, Lashema Avcha, Hakateo, Wamatsoteo, Ashar Anache Matsocha, Ata, Wabancha, Wabanbancha, Chal Yemeche Echa, Lamain, Ya'arachon Yemecha. Wa shemaita Ya'usha'a wa shemarta lagashoth ashar yetab lecha wa ashar tharabon ma'ad chashar debar Ya'u Allah abatecha lecha aratz zabath chalawa debash Shema Ya'usha'a Ya'u Alaenu Ya'u achad wa abda ath Ya'u Allah echa b'chol lebavcha wa b'chol napashcha wa b'chol ma'adcha Wahio hadabarim ha'Allah, asher anache matzocha hayom, galababcha washalantam labanecha, wadabartabam washabatcha babeitcha, wabalachatcha badarach, wabashachavcha wabakomcha, wakashartam laogalyadcha, wahio latata pa ben genecha, wachatabtam gal mazozot beitcha, wabasharicha.
Shalom. Waza'ath Hamatso Hachachem. Let me start that again. Waza'ath Hamatso Hachachem wa Hamashpatem Ashar Tso Ya'o Alaekum Lalamadatham. Lagashot Ba'arat Ashar Atham Gabarem Shamala Rashat Ha. Lamain Ther Ath Ya'o Alaecha. Lashamar Acho Kakateo. Wa Matsoteo Ashar Anache Matsocha. Athar Wabanka Waban Banka Cho Yamecheyecha. Walamain Ya'arakon Yamecha. Wa Shemaitha Ya'osha'al. Wa Shemartha Lagashota Shar Ye Tablacha. Wa Ashar Tharabon Ma'ad Cha'ashar Dabar Ya'o Ala'e Abathecha Lacha. Arat Sabachala Wadabash. Shemai Ya'osha'al. Ya'o Ala'eno Ya'o Achad. Wa Abtha Ath Ya'o Ala'echa. B'chol Ababka wa B'chol Napashka wa B'chol Ma'adka. Wa Heo Hadabarim Ha'ala Ashar Anache Matsocha Yom. Galababka. Wa Shananta'um Labanecha wa Dabartha Bamba Shabaka Babecha. Wa Balakathka Badarak wa Bashakabka wa Bakomka. Wa Kashartha'um La Oth Galyadka wa Heo La Tatapath Bain Renecha. Wa Chathabtha'um Gal Mazozot Becha wa Basharecha. Shabbat Shalom.
Aman,
Fine.
Waza'ah, Hamatso. Go ahead, Akante.
Go ahead, Shar. This baby's being so loud. Anyways.
All right. Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. Waza'at, Hamatso, Hachachem, Wahamash Batem. Asharto Ya'o ala Echem. Alamar Athcham Lachashot Ba'arat Sashar Atham. Sabarem Shemal Rashat Ha. Lamain Ther. Ath Ya'o ala Echa. Lashamar Athcha Chakotheo. Wamatzotheo. Ashar Anache Matzocha. Atha Wabancha. Wabanbancha. Cha Yameche Echa. Walaman Ya Erachon Yamecha. Washemaitha. Ya'o Shar All. Washamartha Lachashot Shar Yetab Laka. Washar Tharabon Ma'ad. Ashar Dabar Ya'o Allah Abathecha Lacha. Aratz Zabath Chalab Wadabash Shemai Ya'o Shar All Ya'o Allah Eno Ya'o Achad Wa'at Ya'o ala Echa, B'chol Ababcha, Wa'b'chol Napashka, Wa'b'chol Ma'adcha, Wa'heo Harabarim, Ha'ala Ashar Anache Matzocha, Hayom Chol Ababka, Wa'shananta Labanecha, Wa'dabar Tabam, Wa'shabatka, Wa'betka, Wa'blachatcha, Wa'darach, Wa'bashakabka, Wa'bakomka, Wa'kasharta La'oth, Yadka, Wa'heo Latatapat Bain, Renecha, Wa'chathabta Ra Mazozo, Betka, Wa'bashairecha.
Aman, Waza'at Hamatso, Hakakim, Wahamash Bate, Mashar So Ya'o ala Ekam. Balamad Askam, Lakashot, Ba'arat, Sashar, Atham, Kabarim, Shema, La Rashata. The mind there, Af Ya'o ala Eka, La Shamar Af Kha, Kakatheo, Wamatso Theo, Shar ana K Matsoka, Atha, Wabanka, Waban Banka. Call Yamecha Eka, Walaman Yarachon Yamecha. Washamaitha Ya'o Shar All, Washamartha Lakashot Ashar Yetab, Laka, Wa Ashar Tarabon Ma'ak, Ha Ashar Dabar Ya'o Ala'e, Abathecha Laka Arat Zabach Labwadabash, Shema Ya'o Shar All, Ya'o Ala'eno Ya'o Achad, Wa'ab Ta'af Ya'o Ala'echa, Bakal Lababka Wabakal Napashka Wabakal Ma'aka, Waheo Hadabarim Ha'ala Ashar Anakhe Matzoka, Ayon Kal Lababka, Washanantha Labaneka Wadabartha Bam Bashabathka Babathka Wabalakathka Badarak, Wabashakabka Wabakomka, Waka Shartha La Ohal Yaka, Waheo La Tatapath Bank Heneka, Wakatata Kal Mazozo Faithka, Wabashareka, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Matpakate, Waza'at Hamatso Hakakim, Waha Mashpatim, Asharto, Ya'o Alaekam, Lalamat, Atkam, Lagashov, Ba'arat, Ashar Atom, Gabarim, Shema la rashata la main there av yao ala eka la shamar av kakateo la masokeo asha anake masoka ata waban banka ka yame ke eka la wala main ya arakon ya meka washamak ya washava washamaraf la gashot asha yitab la ka wa ashar Tarabon, Ma'ad, Ka'ashar, Debar, Ya'o, Ala'e, Abateka, Laka, Aratz, Zabat, Kalaf, Wadabash. Shama, Ya'o, Shava, Ya'o, Ala'ino, Ya'o, Akad, Wa'abata, Av, Ya'o, Ala'eka, Labaka, Lababka, Wabaka, Napashka, Wabaka, Ma'adka, Waheo, Hadabarim, Ha'ala, Asha, Anake, Masoka, Hayon, Ga, Lababka, Washananta, Labaneka, Wadabarat, Bam, Washabatka, Babetka, Wabarakatka, Baberak, Wabashakabka, Wabakonka, Wakasharata, La Oga, Yalka, Waheo, La Tapaf, Ben Geneka, Wakatabatam, Gal Mazozov, Betka, Wabashareka, Shabashalom, Mashpakate Dorem.
Aman. Waza'at Hamatso, Hachachem, Wahamashpatem, Ashar, So, Ya'o, Ala'echem. Walamad Atham, Lahashot, Ba'aras, Ashar, Atham, Chabarem, Shema, Larashatha. Lamain there Ath Ya'o, Ala'echa, La Shamar Athchol, Hachatheo. Wa Matsotheo. Ashar, Anache, Matsocha, Atha, Wabancha, Wabanbancha, Ho, Yameche, Walama Ya'aracho Yamecha, Washamaitha, Ya'oshar, Washamartha, Lachashot, Ashar Yetab, Lacha, Wa Ashar, Tarabo Ma'ad. Ha Ashar Dabar Ya'o Alae, Abathecha, Lacha, Arat Zabath Chala, Wadabash. Shema Ya'oshar, Ya'o Alaeno, Ya'o Achad. Wa'ab the Ath Ya'o Alaecha, Bechol Labacha, Wabachol Napashcha, Wabachol Ma'adcha. Waheo hadabarim ha'ala ashar anache matzocha hayom aho lababcha washananta labanecha wadabartha bam bashabatcha babecha wabalachatcha badorak wabashachabcha wabahumcha wachashartha laoth aho yadcha waheo latatapa bain erenecha wakathabta aho mazozot beitcha wabasharecha aman.
Shalom. Wasa'ath hamotza ha'chakem wa hamashpatem ashar sa'o ya'o עליכם ללמד אתכם, לחשוב בארץ אשר אתם חברי שמוע לרשתה. למען תרא את יאו עליך לשמוע את כל חכתהו. ומצאותהו אשר אנכי מצאוך אתה ובנך בן בנך. כל ימי חייך ולמען יארכון ימיך. ושמעת יאושעו ושמרת לרשות אשר ייטב לך ואשר. תרבון מעד כאשר דבר יאו עלי אבותיכם לך. ארץ סבת חלב ודבש. שמע יאושעו יאו עלינו יאו אחד. ואבך את יאו עליך. בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מעדך. وهيو هدبريم على أشياء أنا خيمة صوخة هيوم غال لبابخة وشننثم لبنيخة ودبارث بانباشباتخة ببيثخة وبلخثخة بدرخ وبشخبخة وبكمخة وكشاثة لأوثغال يدخة وهيو لتتبث بين غينيخة وكثبثة غالمزازوث بيثخة وبشريخة شبا شلوم.
מאוד.
Shabbat shalom. Was the Hamasos, Hachachim bo Hamasbatain, Ashar so Yao, Aleichem, Lamad Acham, Lachashov Barat Ashar Adam Kabrim Shema, Laushaka, the mind there at Yao, Aleicha, Lashamor Akho, Chachateo, Mamatoteo, Ashar Alechem Matonka, Atawabanka, Wabambanka, Choimechecha, Lamanya Chonimecha, Washamartha Yausher, Washamartha Lakashot Ashar Tabaka, Washar the Bomaad, Kashar the Boya O, Alae Abatecha, Brought the Bakhalaba the Bash. Shemaya Osher O, Yawal Aino Yawachad, Wa'abda Ath Yawal Echa, Wakola Babka, Wabakona Paska, Wabakoma Adka, Wahil Hadabrim Hala, Ashar Anachem Masonka, Hayum Kola Babka, Washanaka Labanecha, Wadaburtum Bamba Shabaska, Babiska, Wabalakaka Barak, Wabaskatka Wabakunta, Washanaka Laban. وخشرت لأوخياك وهلا تتبع بين خنيقة
Waza'ath hamatso hachakim wahamashpatim ashar so ya'o la'echem. Lalamad achem lakashod ba'arat ashar atem gobarin shamha harashatha. Lamayin ter ath ya'o la'echem lashamar achoch chateo wamatzoteo ashar nachem matsocha ata wabancha wabambancha cho yameche echa. Walamay arachon yamecha wa shemaita ya'o shar wa shamarta lakashot ashar yetab lacha. وأشار ربهم أشار دبار يا أولا إيه أبتيخ لخا أرات سبات خلا ودباش شما يا أو شار يا أولا إنو يا أو أخار وآب تأث يا أولا إيه بخال بابخا وبخال نباشكا وبخال مآتخا وهيو هذا بريم هالله أشار نخي ماتسوخا هيوم خال بابخا وشنانتا لبنيخا ودبار تبام باشباتخا ببيتخا وبلقاتخا بدراخ وباشخابخا وبكومخا وخشارتا لأوث غايارخا وهيولا تتباد بين غينيخا وخطابتا غا مزوزو بيتخا وباشاريخا.
Shabbat Shalom. Waza'at Hamatzoch Hachakem Wahamashpatem Ashart So Ya'o Allah Echam Lalamad Athcham Lagashoth Ba'arat Sashar Atham Achabarem Shema Larashata Lamain Ther Ath Ya'o Allah Echa Lashamar Ath Chakatheo Wamatzotheo Ashar Anache Matzocha Ata Wabancha Wabanbancha Chol Yamecheecha Walamain Ya'arachon Yamecha Washamaita Ya'osharal, Washamartha Lagashoth Ashar Yetab Lacha, Wa Ashar Tarabon Ma'ad, Ashar Dabar Ya'o Alae, Abathecha Lacha, Arat Zabath Chalab Wadabash, Shema Ya'o Sharal, Ya'o Alaeno Ya'o Achad, Wa'ab Da'at Ya'o Alaecha, Bachal Lababcha, Wa Bachal Napashcha, Wa Bachal Ma'adcha, Waheo hadabarem ha'ala ashar anache matzocha hayom achal lababcha washananta labanecha wadabartha bam bashabatcha babetcha wabalachatcha badarak wabashakhabcha wabakomcha wakasharta laoth chal yadcha waheo latatapath ben chenecha wachatabta gal mazozot beitcha wabasharecha.
Shabbat Shalom Mashpachate Dolate. Shabbat Shalom Lacham. Waza'at Hamatzoh Hachakem Wahamashpatem Ashar Tzo Ya'o Ala Echam Lalamad Atcham Lachashot Ba'aratz Ashar Atam Chabarem Shama Larashatha Lamain Ther At Ya'o Ala Echa Lashamar Atcho Chakateo Wamatzoteo Ashar Anachem Atzocha Ata Wabancha Waban Bancha Cho Yameche Echa Walamain Ya'arachon Yamecha Wa Shamaita Ya'oshar Al Wa Shamarta Lagashot Ashar Yitab Lacha Wa Ashar Tarabon Ma'ad Cha Ashar Dabar Ya'o Allah E Abatecha Lacha Arat Zabat Chalab Wadabash Shamai Ya'oshar Al Ya'o Allah Eno Ya'o Achad Wa Abta Ya'o Allah Echa Bachol Lababcha Wa Bachol Napashcha Wa Bachol Ma'adcha Wa Heo Hadabarem Ha'ala Ashar Anache Matzocha Hayom Galababacha. Wa Shananta Labanecha. Wa Dabarta Bam Bashabatcha Babetcha. Wa Balachatcha Badarach. Wa Bashachabcha. Wa Bakomcha. Wa Kasharta Laoth Gal Yadcha. Wa Heo Latatapat Men Renecha. Wa Chatabta Gal Mazuzot Betcha. Wa Basharecha. Shalom.
Shalom. Waza'ath Hamatzoth. Waza'ath Hamatzoth Hachem Wahamash Ashar So Ya'o. Ala Eka Lalamad Athkam La Rashoth Ba'arat. Ashar Atham Aharim Shamha La Shatha. Lamain there Ath Ya'o Ala Eka Lashamar Ath Kal Hakateo. Wa Matzoteo Ashar Anache Matsoka Ata Wabanka Wabanbanka. Call Yame Heeka Walamain Ya Arakon Yameka. Washamaita Ya Oshara Ya Washamartha La Rashot. Ashar Yetab Lacha Wa Ashar. Darabon Ma'ad Ka Ashar Debar. Ya O Alae Abateka Lacha Arat. Zabath Chalab Wadabash. Shemai Ya Oshara Ya O Alaeno Ya O Achad. Wa absa'at ya'o ala eka bakal lababka, wa bakal napashka, wa bakal ma'adka. Wa heo hadabarem ha'ala ashar anake matsoka hayom ra lababka. Wa shanansa labaneka wadabartha bam bashabatka babetka wabalakaska. Badarak wabashakabka wabakonka. Wa kashartha laoth royadka wa heo latatapat bain reneka. Wa kasatha ra Mazozo Beska Wabashireka. Shalom.
Mego.
Shabbat Shalom. Waza'at Hamatzot Hachachem Wahamashpatem. Ashar Tho Ya'o Ala Ekam Ladamat Adkam. La Chashot Ba'arat Ashar Atam Chabarem Shaman. La Rashatha. La Main Ther At Ya'o Ala Ekam. La Shamar At Kol Chachateo. Wamatzoteo Ashar Anakem Atzokan. Atawa Banka Wabanbankan. Kol Yemech Ekan. Walama Yerakon Yemekan. Wa Shamaita Ya'o Shar Al. Wa shamarta lakashot ashar yetab lakan. Wa ashar tarabo ma'ad. Ka ashar dabar ya'o ala e abadeka lakan. Arat zabat kala wadabash. Shema Ya'o Shar'al. Ya'o ala Eno, Ya'o Achad. Wa'ab ta'at Ya'o ala Ekan. Bakal ababka wa bakol napashka wa bakol ma'adkan. Wa'heo hadabrim ha'ala. Ashar anake matsoka hayom rol ababka. Wa'shananta mlabaneka wa labarta bamba shabatka babetka wa balakatka badarat. Wa bashakabka wa bakomka. Wa kasharta mlaot rol yadka. Wa heyo la tata pat bain reneka. Wa katata ro mazozo teka wa bashareka.
Mego.
Shalom. Waza'at Hamatzo HaChakim Wahamashpatim Ashar So Ya'o Ala'echam Lalamad Acham Lachashot Ba'aratz Ashar Atam Chabarim Shema Larashatha Lamain Therat Ya'o Ala'echa Lashamar Adcha Chakateo Wamatzoteo Ashar Anake Matzocha Ata Wabancha Wabanbancha Cha Yameche Echa Walamain Ya'arachon Yamecha Washamaita Ya'o Shiral Washamarta Lachashot Ashar Yetab Lacha Wa'ashar Tarabon Ma'ad, Cha'ashar Dabar Ya'o Ala'e Abadecha Lacha, Aratz Zabat Chalab Wadabash. Shema Ya'o Sharal, Ya'o Ala'eno Ya'o Achad, Wa'apta At Ya'o Ala'echa, Bachal Lababcha, Wabachal Napashcha, Wabachal Ma'adcha. Waheo Hadabarim Allah, Ashar Anache Matzocha, Hayom Ghal Lababcha. Washanatam labanecha, wadabarta bam bashabatcha, babetka, wabalachatcha badarach, wabashakabcha, wabakomcha. Wakashartam laot ghalyadcha, wahel latatapat bain irenecha, wachadaptam ghal mazozot beitcha, wabasharecha.
Shalom. Shemaya Osher Noaza'at Hamatzo HaKakim Mashpatim Ashar Tsoya O Allah Echam Lalamat Atram Lagashot Ba'arat Ashar Atam Chabarim Shama Larashatam Lamain Ther At Ya O Allah Echa La Shamar At Ho Kakateo Wamatzoteo Ashar Anachim Matzocha Ata Wabancha Waban Bancha Ho Yameche Echa Walamain Ya Arachon Yamecha Washamaitha, Yaoshara, Washamartha, Lagashot Ashar, Yetab Lachal, Wa Ashar, Sarabon, Ma'ad, Ka Ashar Dabar O Alae Abathecha Lacha, Ashar Zabath, Halab, Wadabashamaya Oshara, O Allah Eno O Achad, Wa'abta At O Allah Echa Bakalabavcha, Wabakona Wabakoma Archa, Wahio Hadabarim Ha Allah Ashar Anachim Atzucha. Hayom Galababka, Washanamta Labanecha, Wadabartha Bam Bashabathka, Babithka, Wabalakatka, Badarak, Wabashakabka, Wabakumka, Wakasharta Lauz, Yarha, Wahio Latatapat Bin Hinika, Wakatapsa Muham Mazuzuk Vitka, Wabasharika.
Oman. Mego.
Shalom. Waza'at Hamatzo HaChakim Wahamashpatim אשר צויהו עליכם ללמד אתכם לחשות בארץ אשר אתם חברים שמה לרשתה, למען תראתהו עליך לשמר את חכתהו ומצותהו אשר אנכי מצוך אתה ובנך ובן בנך כל ימי חייך ולמען יארכון ימיך ושמית יאוש ושמית לחשות ארץ ייטב לך ואשר תרבון מערך אשר דבר יאו אלוהי אבותיך לך ארץ זבת חלב ודבש שמע יאושר יאו אלוהינו יאו אחד ואתה את יאו אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מערכך ויהיו הדברים האלה אשר אנכי מצוך היום לבבך ושנתם לבניך ודברת בם בשבתך בביתך ובלכתך בדרך ובשכבך ובקומך וקשרתם לאותך ידך והיו לצצפת בין עיניך וכתבתם רמזוזות ביתך ובשריך.
Shalom. Wa'aza'ath hamartso, hachakim wa hamashpatim, ashartso ya'o ala'echam lalamar athcham, la'chashot ba'arat ashar atan chabarim shema l'rashatha, l'ma'ithir ath ya'o ala'echa, la'shamor athcha, chakateo wa martso theo, ashar anachet martsocha, atha wabancha waban bancha, cha yamecheecha, Walama ya arachon yamecha, wa shemaitha ya ushar wa shamarta la chashoth, ashar yitab lacha, wa ashar tha rabom ad, cha ashar dabar ya o ala abathecha lacha, orat zabat chalab wadabash, shema ya ushar ya o ala ya o achad, wa abta ath ya o ala bacha lababcha wa bacha dapashcha, wa bacha ma'adcha, wa heu hadabarim ha'ala ashar, Anachay Matsocha Hayom Gal Labacha, Wa Shanata Lamanecha, Wa Debartha, Bam Ba Shabbatcha Babetcha, Wa Balachatcha, Badarach, Wa Bashachabka, Wa Bakoncha, Wa Kashratha La O Gal Yadcha, Wa Hil Latatapat Ben Renecha, Wa Chathatha Gal Mazazot Betcha, Wa Basharecha.
Shalom. Waza'ath hamatzo, ha-chakim wa hamashpatim ashar tso ya'o, ala echam, lalamad athcham nagashot ba'aratz ashar atham, ha-barim shamal rashatha, lamayin thir ath ya'o ala echa, la shamar athcha, chakateo matzoteo, ashar anachem atzocha, athawa bancha wa ban bancha, choya meche echa, walaman yachashot, ashar yetab l'cha wa ashar. Darabon ma'archa ashar dabar ya'o alai abatech lacha, arat zabat chalab badabash. Shemaya oshira ya'o alainu ya'o achad, wa'abtha at ya'o ala'echa. B'chol ababcha, wa'b'chol apashcha, wa'b'chol ma'archa. Wahil hadabarim, ha'la ashar anachim atzocha hayim golababcha. Wa'ashanata labanecha, wa'dabarta bab b'shabatcha. Ba'betcha, wa'blachatcha, ba'darachu b'shachabcha. Wabakumka wakasharta la oth hoyarcha, wahila tatapat being enecha, wakathabta homazozo bit.
Shalom. Shalom. Waza'ath hamatzo, hachakim wa hamashpatim, ashar so ya'o ala'echam, lalamad atcham, la'chashot ba'araz ashar atam chabarim shama la'rashata, la'mayin at ya'o ala'echa, la'shamar atcha, chakateo wa mazoteo, ashar anache masocha, ata wabancha waban bancha, cha yamecheecha, walamayin ya'arachon yamecha, wa shamaita ya'oshra, Washamarta la chashot ashar ya'eta yetav l'chawa ashar tarabon ma'ad chashar dabar ya'o ala'e abatecha l'cha Arat Zabat Chala Wadabat. Shema Ya'o Shara Ya'o Allah Eno Ya'o Achad. Wa'avta At Ya'o Allah Echa. B'chol Lababcha, Wa'b'chol Napashcha, Wa'b'chol Ma'adcha. Wa'heyo Hadabarim Ha'Allah Ashar Anachi Masocha. Hayom Chol Lababcha. Wa'shananta Labanecha. Wa'dabarta Bamba Shabbatcha. Ba'beitcha. Wa'balachatcha. Wa'darach Wa'bashachabcha. Wa'bachomcha. Wa'chasharta La'otcha Yarcha. Waheo la tasapat vein reinecha. Wachatabtam ra mazozot beitcha wabasharecha.
Oh my.
Waza'at hamatzo ha-chakim wa-hamashpatim. Ashar so ya'o ala ekam lalamad atham la-chashot. Ba'aras ashar atham chabari sham la-rashat lamin ter. Ath ya'o ala eka. La shamar ath ka chakateo wa-masoteo. Ashar anake matsoka atha wabanka waban banka ka yame cheeka wa-lamin ya'arakon yameka. Washamartha ya Oshara, Washamartha la Chashot, Ashar Yeta, Laka wa Ashar Tharabon Ma'ad ka Ashar, Dabar ya O Ala'i. Batheka Laka Arat Zabath Chalab Wadabash. Shemaya Oshara ya O Ala'ino ya O Akad. Wa Abda Ath ya O Ala'ika. Bakar Lababka, wa Bakar Napashka, wa Bakar Ma'adka. Waheo Hadabarim Ha'Allah Ashar Anake Matsoka. Hayom Ha Lababka wa Shananta Labaneka. Wa Dabartha Bam Bashabatka. Babeska wa Balakaska. Wa Darak wa Bashakapka. Wa Bakumka wa Kasharta Laot Ha Yadka. Waheo La Tatapath Ben Cheneka. Wa Katabda Ha Mazozo Beka wa Bashareka.
Megon.
Waza'at hamaso hachachim wa-hamashpatim ashar so ya'o ala echem. Lalamad athkam la rashot ba'arat ashar atham gabarim shama la rashat ha. Lamain ter at ya'o ala echa. La shamar athcha kakateo wa matzoteo ashar anache matzocha. Ata wabanka waban banka. Ka yemeche echa. Walama ya'arachon yemechem. Wa shemaita ya osharam. Wa shemaita la rashot ashar yetab laka wa ashar tarabon ma'ad. Ka ashar dabar ya o ala e abatecha laka. Arat zabat kalab wadabash. Shema ya osharam. Ya o ala eno ya o achan. Wa afta at ya o ala echem. Bachal lababchem. Wa bachal nabhashchem. Wa bachal ma'adchem. Waheo hadabarim ha'ala ashar anache matzocha hayom achal lababchem. Washanata labanechem. Wadabartha bamba shabbatchem. Babevcha wabalachatchem. Badarach wabashakapcha wabachomchem. Wachasharta laotcha yachem. Waheo la tatapat ben arenechem. Wachatata ra mazozot beitka wabasharechem. Amen.
Shalom, 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 shalom. Waza'at hamaso hakapain hamaspatain masar so ya'o ala eka lalamad atham lagasot ba'arat ashar atam habarim shama arasha amain there at ya'o ala eka la shamar at ka hakateo hamasateo ashar anake masoka ata wabanka waban Tal Yame Keeka, Walaman Yarakon Yameka, Washamai Yaosara, Washamar Lagashot Ashar Yeta,
Lakav Washar Tarabom Ad. Kashar Dabar Yao Ala A. Abadeka Laka Arats Zabat Kala Dabash. Shema Yao Sharad. Yao Ala Eno. Yao Akad. Wahaba Ad. Yao Ala Eka. Bakal Lababka. Wabakal Napaska. Wabakal Ma'aka. Waheo Hadabarang Ha'Allah. Ashar Anake Masoka. Hayom Ga Lababka. Washanato Labanecha, Wadabar Bam, Wasabatka, Babeka, Wabalakatka, Wadarak, Wabashikabka, Wabakonka, Wakasharta Lao Ka Yeka, Waheo Latatapa, Bang Greneka, Wakabarta Ka Mazazo Beka, Wabashareka. Salam.
Waza'at Hamatso, Hachachim Wahamash Batain, Bashar So Yao Ala Echam Lalamar Atham, Lagashot Ba'arat Zashar Atham, Habarim Shama Larashata, Lamain Ther Ath Yao Ala Echa, La Shamar Ath Ka Katateo, Wamasoteo, Ashar Anake Masoka, Ata Wabanka Wabanbanka, Ka Yamehe Eka, Walamain Ya'araikam Yameka, Washamaika Ya'osharal, Washamarta, Lagashot Ashar, Yeta Lacha, Wa Ashar Karabon Maha, Ha Ashar Bar Yao Ala E Abtheka, Laka, Aratz, Zabat Kalab, Wadabash, Shema Ya'o Sharal, Ya'o Alaeno, Ya'o Ahad, Wa'at Da'at, Ya'o Ala Eka, Bakal Abat, Bakal Napasha, Bakal Ma'adda, Wahel Hadabarim, Ha'ala Ashar Anake Masoka, Hayom Halabab, Washanantahum Labaneka, Wadabarta Bamba Shabatka Babetika, Wabalakatka, Badarak, Wabashakabka Wakonka, Wakasharta Laot, the Hoyaka, Wahil, the Tatapad, Bain, and Haineka, Waka Tabdam, the Hamas Azot Bait, Wabashari, Man.
So, for review, for those who may not know what we're saying, Waza'ath Hamatso, Waza'ath Hamatso, Mamash Patazah.
And this is the ordinance, the commandment.
This is the commandment. Matso is the feminine noun for commandment, and the ha in front of that is the. And Waza'ath is this, and this is the commandment. Ha Hakem.
The statutes.
Statutes.
Statutes, Wahamashpatim.
And judgments, and the judgments.
And the judgments. So you got a commandment, statutes, and judgments. What's the difference? A commandment is what y'all has Masha write down. We see it in black and white. A statute might be something that comes along later, like we see statutes arise as Masha is dealing with issues. Okay, so that's a statute. Sometimes we don't see statutes come into existence till way after the death of Masha. It just shows you that judges and the leaders of our nation were always making statutes. For some reason or other, there would be a situation where you needed to make a judgment as to what we're going to do as a people, and the judges would make a hak statute. What about Hamash Batam? Judgments. part of being a leader in this nation is knowing how to judge and look at the laws and make decisions and rulings that are righteous and fair. A lot of times folks can read this book and say, oh, it says here you did this and you must be put to death, and that's it, right? But you can't use the law like that. You have to have witnesses, you have to have um, investigation. You just can't say, well, you did this and then you must pay this. You don't even know if that person is truly guilty. So the judgments are when judges actually are applying the law in real life, right? Someone accidentally lights a fire on Shabbat. The law says whoever breaks Shabbat should die. But it was an accident. Do you kill that person? The law says you're supposed to kill him.
La.
Do you kill him if it was an accident?
La.
Yeah, you got to look at it case by case. You just can't throw the book at people, you know, without looking at the situation first. There are some laws where Yahweh says show no mercy, right? A man sleeps with another man's wife and they are both caught. There is no mercy for that. There's no leeway for that. Other stuff there is. So the judgments are the judges applying the law righteously and fairly and not using it to, oppress and to unjustly accuse somebody and condemn them unjustly. Ashar so Ya'o.
Which commanded Ya'o?
Which commanded Ya'o? Allah Echam.
Your plural higher power.
La Lamad Atcham.
To learn, y'all.
To teach you. La Lamad is to teach. To teach you. La Geshoth.
To do.
To do. Ba'arat.
In the land.
Ashar Atham.
Which you all.
Chabarim.
Pass over.
The ones passing over. Shama.
There.
La Rashath Ha.
To possess it.
To possess it. So I know it says, this is what I mean by judgments. Someone could say, oh, these laws don't have to be kept until you until you cross over into the land. That's where they're supposed to be kept. So if you're not on the land, you don't have to keep them. That's what some people say. I've heard people say that. Oh, we're in captivity. We're not in the land no more. We don't have to keep these laws. Is that true? A superficial reading of this verse might lead you to believe that that's true, but that's not true. Not true. Yeah, we are in captivity, and for a while we didn't have control to keep any law. But slowly, as we begin to wake up, and He's laxed the chains around our necks, Yahweh did that, loosened our chains, and give us a little bit of freedom and some breathing room. Now there are laws that are within our power to keep. Should you not keep them? If they're within your power to keep. How do you make your way back to Yahweh if you have the power to do His will and you don't do it? You decide not to do it. How's that making your way back to Him? So you also need wisdom when you read this book, right? You need the fear of Yahweh and say, Yahweh, please let me understand. Make sure I understand what I'm reading, because I don't want to, be wrong. You need wisdom to be able to discern a statement like this. If you just read this right here in black and white, you could walk away thinking, well, I don't have to keep these laws. I'm not in the land. And that's not true. Lamain fear off Yahweh.
So that you will fear Yahweh.
Allah Echa.
Your higher power.
Fear. Many of you don't really know what that means. I was afraid of my father. My mother had to tell me to do something 8 or 9 times. And that 8 or 9 time was when her voice began to change. That's when I got up and did it. My father had to tell me to do something once. And it was done before he finished his sentence. I was afraid of my father. I don't think some of you feel that way towards y'all. Oh, you feel like, oh, nonchalant, cavalier attitude when he tells you to do something. To me, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. And I want to get it done, whatever he's telling me to do. I'm not saying, moms will pushover, but that's the way it is with moms. You know, they let you get away with stuff until they lose their temper and they blow their gasket. But you couldn't do that with dad. I couldn't. At least I could do it with my father. My father was a military man. There was no way you was he told you to do something that had to be done. Period. No talking back, no nothing. And that's the same way we should feel towards Yahweh. Even though we've never seen him, we never heard his voice. That's the same fear. La Shamar.
To keep
Afchal
all
Hakatheo
his statutes
Umatsotheo
and his judgments,
Ashar Anachematsocha,
so that I, the one commanding you,
which I command you.
I'm sorry.
And then he says you again. Afa,
you,
Wabancha,
your son,
Wabanbancha.
your son's sons.
Okay. Call Yemechecha.
All the days of your life.
Well, mine, Ya'arachon Yemecha.
So that they will be surely extended or greatly exceedingly extended your days.
Aman, your days. Washamaitha Ya'oshara.
And you will listen or you obey Yahushua.
Washamartha.
You will keep
Lagashoth.
to do
Ashar.
that which is
Yea Tab Lacha.
good to you.
Good for you.
Good for you.
The keeping of his commandments is what's good for you. But you have to study them and to really meditate and get into the heart of the Father to really be able to know what it is you're supposed to do. Like I said, someone could read the first verse and think you don't have to keep these laws until you're in the land, and completely not know that that is not what this is saying. It's not what the Father is saying. If you don't fear him, no, you won't take the time to find out. If you fear him, you're gonna dig and say, wait a minute, what? Let me really sit down and go through this now. Because if I know him, he don't like to be crossed or dismissed. Right? Wa'ashar.
And which
Barabon Ma'ad.
you will multiply exceedingly.
Ha'ashar.
Like as or like which.
The bar Ya'o.
Spoke Yahweh.
Allah e abathecha.
The higher power of your father.
Lacha.
To you.
To you. Aratz Zabath Chalab with the Bosh. Who is that? Writing on my screen.
Land flowing with milk and honey.
So that clause right there seems out of place. It really completes Atham Gabarim Shema. You're going there to possess it. Again, it does not mean, oh, well, I don't have to keep the laws until I'm in the land of milk and honey, flowing with milk and honey. No, we kept the laws in the wilderness before we got to the land of milk and honey. And here we are back in another wilderness. Verse 4, Shema Ya'o Shar'a.
Listen, Yahushua.
Ya'o, Allah Eno.
Yahweh, our higher power.
Ya'o Achad.
Yahweh is one.
That's the foundation of everything we believe. There is only one higher power, one true higher power. There's lots of, little higher powers, but there's only one true higher power, and he's one person, one singularity, not a multiple or a triune entity, one person. And he's everything to us. Wa atha ath
And you will love Yahweh,
Love Yahweh. La echa.
your higher power,
B'chol lebacha.
with all your heart.
Some of you love people more than him. And it's not unnatural because you've never seen him. You've never had like a sit down one-to-one to him. You never went to dinner with him. You never went to a movie with him. So it's not unreasonable for folks to attach to people that they've seen, they have a relationship with, and to love them more than him. That's where heartache can come from, right? When you love someone who's imperfect and flawed, eventually that person's going to let you down, disappoint you, and you have to forgive and love them. And, you got to go through all that. So you should never love another person. I don't care who it is, wife, children, mother, father, anybody, more than Yahweh, the one who made you, the one who made everyone else. He's the only person you should be falling apart if they don't love you. Everybody else, you should be able to say, "Oh, I can survive. I'll be fine." You know why? Because Yahweh loves me. And that's all I need. Everybody else, they can come, they can go. I love you, but I am not going to fall apart if you leave. I'm not going to, you know, have a nervous breakdown if you say I don't want to be with you again. That's what happens to people when they don't do this. They don't love him more than anything. They don't love him with all their heart. They love other people more than him. And they set themselves up for heartache and disappointment because they expect, right? When you love somebody, you expect that to be reciprocated. And sometimes it is, and sometimes it isn't. But Yahweh is perfect, right? So he's the only one, really, who you should love with all your heart. All your heart.
And with all your soul.
All your soul. What does that mean? All your person, all your soul. Everything about you.
And with all your might.
All your might. And might is measured in terms of monetary, your substance, whatever you possess, in terms of wealth and power. You would love him with that more than anything. Why? Because it's his anyway. He gave it to you. It really belongs to him in the first place. So why are you holding on to it like it's yours? It's not yours. Whatever money I get, I know it's not mine. I know he's giving it to me. Oh, he must want me to help somebody. Because what am I do with all this money? I'm not going to go buy a Cadillac. I'm not going to do something stupid like that, waste this money. I know he wants me to help somebody. It's his. He wants me to use his money for him, for his purposes, not mine. He got, he'll take care of my needs, whatever stuff I got in my family, my house. But then I know the rest of that money he's put in my hands because he's going to show me who needs it, somebody else who needs it. That's what it means to love him with all your might. Why, hey, oh, hadabaram.
And they will be the words.
Allah.
These
words. Ashar anachem.
Which I am.
Matsocha hayom.
The one commanding you today.
Gal lababcha.
Upon your heart.
On your heart. That means you must memorize these words and not the translation of these words into another language. I keep having these arguments with people saying to me that you don't need to learn the language. But he didn't say put a translation upon your heart. He said put these words, which I command you today, And these words are in our language. These are the words you are to put on your heart. The Chabare, the biblical Hebrew, not a translation. So if you understand that, right here in front of you is a commandment for you to do what? Learn the language. This is a commandment in verse 6 to know the language. Now, back in the ancient times, we all knew it, so it wasn't no big deal. But as time went on and we began to be, attacked and oppressed and taken into captivity and then come back to the land, it became an issue because not everyone knew how to speak it anymore. The language began to die. And Nehemiah had to smack people for letting their kids not know how to speak the language, but speak the language of the strangers. Because if you can't speak and read the language, you're cut off from this book. You really are cut off, and you have to depend on a translation, which 9 times out of 10 will be wrong, will be inaccurate. So this verse is telling you that you need to know the language and to memorize these words in their original. Well, how do you know this is the original language? It could have been Sanskrit, could have been Sumerian or Akkadian. You don't know what the original language was. You don't know what God actually said. Why would the Bible say that God came down and wrote the 10 Commandments with his own finger, and then Moshe copied them into a book, if it's not what we are looking at right now in front of us? What sense would that make? Where's the logic in that? What kind of God would we be talking about who would speak in a language we don't know and Moshe didn't know, but somehow it got put in this language that we see here? Somehow or another, it ended up looking like this. Because God is apparently not in control of what he wrote on those 2 tablets. Because if he wanted what was written on those 2 tablets to be our covenant, right, of the basis of what we believe, then what happened to it if this is not what we're looking at, is not the language? Where did it go? Well, man did this and man did that, right? That's what they'll say. Well, man did this and man corrupted this and man did that. They make man more powerful than God. Someone pull up Mazmur chapter 12, verse 7, 6 and 7. Psalm 12, 6 and 7. Read that.
The words of Yahweh are pure words, like silver tried in a furnace of earth, purified 7 times. You shall keep them, Yahweh, you shall preserve them from this generation forever.
Okay, there's an inaccurate part of that. It says you will keep them, that's true, and then it says you will preserve it, not them. The pronoun is at the end is no, it means it, you shall preserve it. So it goes from talking about the words collectively to the word in the singular, the whole thing, you'll preserve it. Now, if that's not true, then we're wasting our time, and this God is not able to preserve his word. Man came along and changed it, corrupted it, and put it in this language that we're looking here, and we don't even know if this is the original, because man came along and did this. That's debunked by Mazmur 12, 6 and 7. His word can't be corrupted and changed by man. If it could, then man is more powerful than God. And we are all wasting our time. That's what the critics and the heathens want you to believe, that God is not in control. Man is in control. God does not control the weather. Man does. That type of nonsense. Washanantha.
And you will diligently teach them.
La banecha.
to your sons.
Your sons. And if you can't teach them to your sons if you don't know them in the language. You have to know the language. You have to be able to do what we're doing now, read it and be able to break it down. Then you could teach to your sons. Well, the Barthabam,
and you will speak in them.
you will speak of them. How can you speak of them if you don't know the language? It doesn't say speak a translation of them. It said speak of them. Bashabathcha.
When you rest,
when you're laying down, Babeitcha,
in your house,
Baba Lachavcha,
and when you walk,
when you're going, Badarach,
in the way,
Wa Basha Pabcha,
and when you're sitting down.
No, when this is when you laying down.
Oh, you're lying down, yeah, that's right.
Wa Bakomcha.
And when you rise up.
And when you rise up. So basically all through the day, you should have moments throughout the day where this word is on your heart and on your lips. Wakashartha,
And you will bind them
La oath Yad,
for a sign upon your hand.
And we do that. We take it literally because everything else in this chapter is literal. Wahel Latata Path.
And there will be for an encircling wrap
between
your eyes.
Between your eyes. I mean, I see yours and you see mine. I see mine and you see yours. That's what it means. We all see each other wearing it and it builds unity. And other people see it and they say, oh, I know that's those Yahoo people. Yahoo people wear those things. It's a sign of who we are, what we stand for, what we believe in. And don't wear it if you're not going to live up to the name. I always tell the story of Alexander the Great, who had a soldier in his army with the same name, but he was a fool and a drunkard and he was lazy. And Alexander called him and said, listen, you either change your name or you change your behavior. I can't have you in my army with my name acting like a goddamn fool. Same thing here. You're going to wear the tatapa, right? You're going to wear it. It's not a article of clothing. It means you're going to live and behave a certain way, representing that name. And if you can't do it, then take the freaking thing off until you can. Don't wear it if you're not going to live up to the name.
And you will write them
on
your doorposts, your house and of your gates. On your gates.
Come on, again, don't put up the 10 words on your door if that house isn't keeping those laws. Take it down because you're faking it, right? You put the laws on your doorposts of your home and on your gates because within those gates and in that house, these laws are kept. That's why. So don't put it up if you're not doing it because you're not fooling him if you do. These outward signs are for us. They're not really for him. They're for us. But he sees through our bullshit if we're not really living up to his name. And we're doing these outward things thinking that's going to pacify him. Oh, I did this, I did that. But your heart wasn't really there. Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on. Come on. Come on.
Come on.
So, Mazmor 92.
Shalom, Aben, and that is going to be Ya'u Musar today.
Oh. Yeah,
Shalom. Mazmor Sher Layom HaShabbat. Tob Lahadot Liya'o. Olazamar Lashamcha Galayom. Lahaged babakar chasarcha wa amonadcha balelot. Chale chasho wa chale nabal, chale hageyon bachanor. Che shemachtane ya'o bupalcha, maishe yadecha aranan. Ma gadalo maishecha ya'o, ma'archa macho machshabatecha. Eish baila yadai, wa chasel la yabein at za'at, la parach rasha'im chamo chashab, wa yatseso chal paleon, la hashamadam chadira. Wa ata marom la chalam ya'o. Chehana e becha ya'o. Chehana e becha ya abado, ya to parado chal paleon. Wa tharam kara'im karane, balte bashaman rainan. Wa tabat reine bashoe bakamem chale, ra'im tashamayna azane. Sadeh chatamar ya parach, ta'araz balabanon ya shagah. Shatolem ba beit ya o, bachatarot la'enu ya brecho. Rod yanobon ba sheba, dashanim or a name ya eo. Lahaged che yashar ya o so re, wallah, rolatabo.
Mon.
Man.
Man.
The Mazmor for the Shabbat day. It is good to give thanks to Yahweh and to sing praises to your name, Haleon, to declare your mercy in the morning and your faithfulness at night. On an instrument of 10 strings, on the psaltery, and on the harp with harmonious sound. For you, Yahweh, have made me glad through your work. I will triumph in the works of your hands. Yahweh, how great are your works. Your thoughts are very deep. A senseless man does not know, nor does a fool understand this. When the wicked spring up like grass, and when all the workers of iniquity flourish, it is that they may be destroyed forever. But you, Yahweh, are exalted forever. For behold your enemies, Yahweh. For behold, your enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn you have exalted like the horn of a rhino. I have been anointed with fresh oil. My eye also seen my desire on my enemies. My ears hear my desire on the wicked who rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like a palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those who are planted in the house of Yahweh shall flourish in the courts of Alain. They shall continually bear fruit in old age. They shall be fresh and flourishing, to declare that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. Amen.
Come on. Tov, ma hayom hazah.
Shalom.
Meidai.
Shalom. Hayom hazah yom hashabia'e shabaf ya'o. Hakadash hashabia'e kamasha wakasharim yom lakadash. Bashana shabayt alape ma'atim kamashem washalash. Mara'ashe baru'ah shanat hakamashem shana yobah ho'ah.
Tov. He said, today is the Shabbat unto Yahweh, the holiest, 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 holiest day in our calendar, every seventh day. It is the 7th month, and today is the 25th day of the month, in the year 7,253. It is also the 50th year, and we proclaimed, although we don't observe it yet, but on the 10th day of this month, back on the 27th of September, we proclaimed this year to be the Yobal, the Jubilee, where we release people from their debts and return land back to the tribal owner if they had to sell the land, if they were in need of money. Okay, so this is the year of the Yobal as of the 10th day of this month. And we just got through a 14-day leap year period. Probably none of you really felt it. I did. Where you put the month on pause at day 22 of the month, the Chatzarah, the restraint. That word literally means to restrain the month, to put it on pause. Not every year. It's every 7th year we do this. And we either add in a week or 2 weeks, or in some cases 4 weeks, for 28 total of 28 days. It's all dependent on where we are in the cycle of the Jubilees. It's a mathematical system, and we see it in the scripture. The Jews abandoned it, Pharisees abandoned it, and they adopted the lunar calendar, and that's why the Jews don't use the calendar that we use. They use a lunar calendar, and the camps and the churches and whatnot, they also adopt that because they, don't know any better. But the lunar calendar is fickle. You can't really always tell when the new moon is visible, when the first thin crescent appears. Sometimes they just have to guess or assume because it could be inclement weather or whatnot. You may not be able to see the moon to know when to declare the end of the month and beginning of a new one. And the Jews have all types of elaborate protocols for that. And it's very fabricated. If you really study the Jewish calendar, you can see that this is totally man-made. Whereas our calendar is simply mathematical. It adjusts itself. It doesn't need any, we don't need to observe the sky. We don't need to look up and see what the moon is doing. We just have to be able to count to 7. It's really all we got to do. The regular year is 364 days because there are 52 weeks in a year. And a leap year could be 371 or 371 or 378 or 392, depending on what leap year it is. So today, the 23rd day, this past Yom Chameshe, we resumed the calendar. We went back to enumerating the days of month 7 after a 14-day leap year period. And we had some interesting things happen during that time. Some pretty heavy destructions were going on. I guess the war chanting is starting to get better and better. But there was some pretty heavy destruction. This was the time of Helena. Then we had after that we had Milton. We had a bunch of other stuff along with Milton. Milton had the greatest number of tornadoes in history hitting Florida. I think there were over 100 tornadoes from just that hurricane. And we're not done. The hurricane season's not really over until the end of November, so there will be more. And even the heathen weather forecasters have predicted, based on their theories of climate change, that this year would be unprecedented in terms of this power and the devastation of these hurricanes. Not coincidence that the scripture says that this would be the year that the wonders begin, the wonders of Yahweh and his control of the weather will begin this year, and that's what we're seeing. And it's going to get worse, much worse, along with earthquakes and all the rest. I'm going to see those things played out. But now we're in the 25th day, and I would like us to have another mancha on the 1st, which is going to be Friday, pagan November 1. Now the Filipinos will be celebrating their Halloween's day. I believe they celebrate Halloween on the 31st and the 1st. So the only reason I'm mentioning is that prepare for businesses and stores, everything like that, to be closed. And there might be traffic on those days, depending on where you're going, because they like to get back to their provinces on these holidays. But on the 1st, I would like to have another mancha and on Har Sion. So get with the priests, and if you want to be part of that, to make sure they have your name on the list, and they can prepare accordingly to make sure they can get everything done. It was great during the feast where we had morning and evening offerings, and the evening offerings were spectacular, were they not? The morning offerings are great because, it's always great. when you're offering to Yahweh. But the daylight takes away from the fire. It doesn't really show you. I mean, you still see it, but at night it's just it's something else. It's amazing to see it at night. Um, I also noticed that at night that more people more reverent and respectful of what was taking place, whereas in the daytime, folks were kind of like, chumming around, talking and laughing and not really holding the moment sacred. But at night, I could see that folks were quiet, not talking, reflecting and just staring and really taking it in for what was really taken. And that's the way we have to be. That's why I'm saying from now on, when there is an offering, and you want to talk and chum around and laugh and joke about what happened last night on TV or the game or whatever it is, then don't do it near the altar. Because there are people who are really looking for a blessing and they are trying to worship and they can't hear themselves think because everybody is talking and laughing and making all this distraction around the altar. Don't do that around the altar anymore, please. Do that far away from the altar so that the ones who are bringing their offering can have their moment and their time with Yahweh to worship him and to pray that their offering is accepted and that he will bless them. That's why we do this, so that we can all be blessed individually and as a people. So you can imagine what he must be thinking when he looks down and he sees a bunch of people around his altar, cavalier and nonchalant and just joking and laughing and not really being serious about what's taking place. I almost lost my temper during the feast. I almost lost my temper when I saw folks doing that and bringing their food and their bottles and not cleaning up after themselves. You can't do that. Really can't. You have to respect his altar highly. You have to give it the utmost respect. Otherwise, he won't respect what you're trying to do for him. Okay? Don't pollute his altar with your idle talk and your jesting. Do that somewhere else. Okay, 10 words. I'm getting on. And from what I understand, Ariel, Bathia Oda, and Shamara will be two of the readers. Are they here?
Shalom.
Shalom. All right.
Why
I'm sorry, go ahead.
bar ala aim akom hanabarim hala lamar anake yao ala eka ashar potaveka ma'arat matzrei mabe chabanim la ya laka ala aim afarim walkane Padaisha laka pasal wakal the mona ashar bashamay mamala wa ashar ba'arat matakat wa ashar b'may matakat la arat Ladashatako laham wala daibidam ke anake yao ala eka alkan Pakat gon abaf gal b'neil gal Shalashem Wagal, Rabbi Mashana A. Wagasha Kasala Alake Laabe, Wala Shamari Matute, La Asha Asham, Yao Ala Eka Lashoa Kela Yanaka, Yao At Ashar Yasha Ashama Lashoa. Zakur At Yom Hashabat Wakadasho, Shashata Me Vaba Wakasheka, Kal Malaaktaka, Wa Yom Hashabaye Shabbat, La Yao Ala Eka. Ladaisha call Malaka Ata, Wabaka, Zabaka, Wamaka, Wabamaka, Wagarka Ashar Bashareka. Kesha Shatame Hasha Yao, At Hashame, Wa At Haarat, At Hayom, Wa At Call Ashar Bam, Wa Yanak. By Yom Hashabeye, Call Khan Yao At Yom, Hashabat, Wa Kadasha. Kabat At the Beka, Wa At Abka. Namaya Rakon, Yamaka Gong. Hadama Ashar Yao ala Eka Nathan Laka. La Tharatsak, La Danaak, La Daganab,
Ladana Barika Gashakar, Ladakama Bait Rika, Ladakama Shaf Rika, Wakabaro, Wa Amaro, Washara, Wakamaro, Waka Ashar Larika. Come on.
Come on.
Boom. My screen frozen.
I hear you.
Okay. That's fine. All right. Wa yadabar Allah aim athal hadabarim ha'alala amal. Anachi ya o Allah echa. Ashar hu tzatecha ma'aretz mitzrayim. Ma'beith b'chabadem. La ya elecha Allah aim acharim achal paneh. La taisha lecha pasal wachal pamona ashar b'shamem mamachal. Wa ashar ba'aretz matachat. Wa ashar b'mem matachat la'aretz. La tasha tachul laham la la taibadam. Che anachi ya o Allah echa al kan. Bakad Ron Abath Chalbanim, Ral Shalashem, Lachal Rabaim Lashanai, Wachasha Chasad La Alapim La Abe, Walashamari Matsofe, La Tasha Ath Sham Ya O Allah Ech La Shoah, He La Yanaka Ya O Ath Ashar Yasha Ath Shamo La Shoah, Zachor Ath Yom HaShabbat La Kadashu, Tashat Yamim Thaibad, Wa Chasheta Chal Malachafka, Wa Yom HaShabea E Shabbat La Ya O Allah Echa, La Taisha Chal Malacha, Ata, Wabancha, Wabatcha, Rabatcha, Waamatcha, Wabamatcha, Wagarcha Ashar Bashairecha, He Shashat Yamim Chasha Ya O At Hashamim, Wa At Haaretz, At Hayam, Wa At Chal Ashar Bam, Wa Yanach, Wa Yom HaShabea E, Chalchan Barach Ya O At Yom HaShabbat, Wa Yakadash Hu, Chabad At Abecha, Wa At Amcha, Lamanya Arachun Yamecha, Chal Ha'adama Ashar Ya O Allah Echa Nathan Lach, La Ratsach, La Tana'ab, La Daganab, La Taina Baraicha Achad Shakar, La Tachamad Beit Raicha, La Tachamad Ashat Raicha, Wachabadu, Wa Amathu, Wa Shuru, Wa Chamaru, Wa Chal Ashar Raicha.
Come on. Waya dabar alaim, akho hadabarim, ha'ala la amar anache ya'o ala echa ashar hotatecha, ma'arat matreim mabeth arabadem, la ya'e lacha alaim acharim ahol pene, la thaisha laka pasal wakal tamona ashar bashamim mamachol, wa ashar ba'arat matachat, wa ashar b'mei matachat la'arat, la tashatachol laham wa la thaibadam, Che and a che yao ala echa al kan pakad ahon about ahobani ahosh ala shem wahor rabaim lashana e wahasha chasa la alapim la abe wa la shamare matsote la tasha at sham yao ala echa la shoache la yanaka yao at ashar yasha ashamo la shoa Zakor at Yom HaShabbat Lakadasho, Shashat Yamin, Taibad, Wachasheta, Hom Achacha, Wayom HaShabiae, Shabbat Laya O, Allah Echa, La Taisha, Hom Malacha, Atha, Wabancha, Wabadcha, Rabadcha, Waamatcha, Wabamatcha, Wagarka, Asharba, Shairecha, Che Shashat Yamin, Arasha Yao At Hashamin, Wa At Rats, At Hayam, Wa At Ho Asharban, Wayanach, Bayom Hashabeae, Ahochan Barach Yao Ad Yom Hashabat Wayakadash Ho, Chabad Atabecha Wa Amcha, Laman Yarachon Yamecha, Ho Adama Ashar Yao Alaecha Nathan La Ka, La Doratsak, La Danaab. La Daganab, La Daina, Baraicha, Ahab Shakar, La Takamad Beit Reicha, La Takamad Ashath Reicha, Wa Chabado, Wa Mato, Wa Shor, Wa Chamaro, Wa Chal Ashar La Reicha Amad.
Shabbat shalom Pakate. Why badar la im ad kohar barim ha'ala la amor anake ya o ala eka ashah hutateka ma'arats masrim mabit kabadim. La ya ila ka ala im akarim ga pani la taisha la ka pasa wa ka tamuna ashar bashamim mamaga wa ashar ba'aras matakaf wa ashar ba'mi matakaf la arats. La tashtakol la am wa la taibadam ke anake ya o Allah ek al kan pakar gon abaf go bane go shalashin go babaim shanaim go shakusa la alapim la abi wala shamare matsote la tasha af Sham Ya'o ala Ekala Sh'a Ke La Yanaka Ya'o at Asha Yash at Shamola Sh'a Sakor at Yom Shabbat Lakadasho Shasha Yamin Teba Wakashita Kamalakatka wa Yom Hashabia Shabbat Ya'o ala Ekala Taisha Kamalaka after Wabanka Wabatka Kabarka wa Amata Alamaka wa Abamatka Wagaka Shabasharika Kesha Shav Yamin Gasha Ya'o Atasha Min at Ha'aras wa Hatayam wa at Ka Asha Bam wa Yanak by Yom Hashabia Gal Kambarak Ya'o at Yom Hashabat wa Yakadash Ho Kabat at the Baker wa at Kalamaya wa Akoya Maker Gal Ha'adam Tanaka La Tawasak La Tana Up La Taganab La Taina Baraka Gachaka La Takamaf Beef Rika La Takamaf Shak Rika Wagabado Wamato Washoro Wakamaro Wakar Ashala Rika.
Come on. Ehud.
ويدبر على أيم أتقى هذا الرين هلا لا أمر أنا خيلي أو على إيكا أشاه ساتيكا ما أرس مسوين ما بيت خبدين لا يا إي لقاء على أيم آخرين خال بني أتايشا خال بصا وخال تمونا أشار بشمين ما مخال وأشار بأرس متاخا وأشار بمين متاخا لا أرس لا تستاخو لهم ولا تايبدام خي أنا خي يا أو على إيكا أو خان Kat Hon, Abat Call, Banin Call, Shalashain, Makal, Rabbain, Lashanai. Wagashap, hold on now, I'm going. Wagasha, Kasad, Alapain, La Bay, Walashamare, Masote. La, Tasha, At, Sham, Yao, Ala Eka, Lasho, Te, La, Yanaka. Yao, At, Ashar, Yasha, At, Shamo, Lashua. Zakor, At, Yom, Hashabat Lakadasho, Shashat Yamin Taiba, Wagashat Kal Malaktaka, Wayom Hashabea Shabat La Yao Ala Eka, Lataisha Kal Malaka, Ata, Wabanka, Wabaka, Gabaka, Wamaka, Wabahamaka, Wagarka Ashar Basareka, Kay Shashat Yamin, Gashad Yao At Hashemin, Wa'at Ha'aratz, At Hayom, Wa'at Kal. Ashar Bam, Wayanach, Wayom, Hashabeaye, Gal, Khan, Barak, Yao, At Yom, Hashabat, Wayakadasho, Kaba at Beka, Wa'at Amka, Laman Yarakon, Yameka, Gal Adama, Ashar, Yao, Ala Echa, Natan Lakha, La Taratsak, La Tanaat, La Tagana, La Taisha, Baraka, Gasakar, La Tachmat, Abeth Rika, La Tachmat, Ashat Rika, Wagabado, Wamato, Washoro, Wakamoro, Wakal, Ashar, Larai. Shalom.
Shalom. Why the bar Allah aim Athkal Hadabarim Ha'Allah La'amar. Anakhe Ya'o Allah Echa. Ashahu Tatecha. Marat Matsre Mabeth Habadim. La Ya'e Lacha Allah aim. Acharim Gal Bene. La Thaisha Lacha Pasal Wachal. Thamona Ashar Bashamay Mamachal. Washar Barat Matachat. Washar Bamain Matachat La Rat. La Thashatacho Laham. La Thibadam. Khayana Khaya O Allah Echa. Al Khan Pakagon. Pakagon. Abad Ghal Benin. Ghal Shal Shem Wachal Rabaim La Shanae. Wachasha Kasai. La Alapain. Wala Abe. Wala Shamare Matsote. La Thasha Athsham Yao Allah Echa. La Shoa Khay La Yanacha. Ya'o Ath Ashar Yasha Ath Shamo La Shoa. Zakor Ath Yom Hashabath La Kadasho. Shishat Yamin Thaibar. Wagashetha Kal Malakatha. Wayom Hashabea E Shabath La Ya'o Allah Echa. La Thaisha. Kal Malakha. Atha. Wabancha. Wabatcha. Gabancha. Wamatcha. Wabamatcha. Wagarka. Ashar Basharika. Khay Shashat Yamim Gasha Ya'o Ath Hashemin wa Ath Haratz.
Athanyam wa Athanyam wa Adkhal Ashar Bam Wayanak by Yom Hashabea E Khal Khan Barak Ya O Ath Yom Hashabath Waya Kadasho Chabad Atha Beka wa Ath Amcha Lama Yarakon Ya Mecha Khal Hadama Ashar Ya O Allah Echa Nathan Lacha La Tharat Sach La Thana Ap La Thaganab Athina Baraka Gashakar La Thakamad Beth Rika La Thakamad La Thakamad Shat Rika Wakabado Wamathu Shamaro no sorry Wakabado Wamathu Washovro Wakamaro Wakal Ashar Laraka
Aman, wa yadabar Allah aim, athkal hadabarim ha'Allah la amar, anashe, ya'o Allah echa, ashar hotatecha, ma'arat matrim ma'beit chabadem, la ya'elaka Allah aim acharim chalpanei, la thaisalaka pasal b'chal thamona, ashar b'shamei ma'machal, wa ashar ba'aratz matachaf, wa ashar ba'meim matachaf la'aratz, la thasha ta'kolaham, wa la thaibadam khe anashe ya'o Allah echa al kan, paka chonabath call b'name, Rosh Hashem v'chal rabbi aim lashana e. V'chasha chesed la'alapim la'abe wala shemare matote. La'thashar asham ya'o ala echa la'shawa che la yanaka. Ya'o athashar yasha ashamo la'shawa. Zakur at yom hashabath la'kadasho. Shashat yamein taibat wa'chasheta kal ma'akatka. V'yom hashabei e shabath la'ya'o ala echa la'thaisha kal ma'laka asta. V'bancha v'batcha v'bakcha v'amatcha v'ba'amatcha. V'garcha ashar b'ashai recha. Shashat Yamein Chasha Ya'o Atha Shemaim wa Atha Ratz. Athayam wa Athcha Ashar Bam. Vayanach Bayom Hashabei E Ral Khan. Barak Ya'o Ath Yom Hashabat wa Yakadash Ho. Chabad Ath Abecha wa Ath Amcha. Lamanya Erchon Yamecha. Ral Ha'adama Ashar Ya'o Allah Echa Nathan Laka. La Tharatzach. La Thana Ab, La Thaganab, La Thana Baraicha, Cha Shakar, La Thakama Beth Raika, La Thakama the Shath Raika, Wa Chabado, Wa Amatha, Wa Shora, Wa Kamara, Wa Kal Ashar La Raika, Aman.
Shalom. Wa Yadabar, Allah aim, of Kol Hadabarain Ha'Allah La Amar, Anakhe Ya'o, Allah Echa, Ashar Hotzatecha, Ma'arat Matsrain Ma Beth Rabadaim, La Ya'elaka Allah aim Acharim Galpanem. La Taisha, the Kapa Sol will call the Mona Ashar Bashamay Mamago, wa Ashar Baras Mathaka, wa Ashar Bamay Mathakaf La Arats. La Tasha Tacholaham, wa La Taibanam K Anake Yao, Allah Echa, Al Khan Pakat Gonabaf, Golbanim, Gausalashin, Wagorabaim, La Shana E, Bagasha Kasala Alapim La Abe, wa Lasha Mare Matsote. La Tasha Absham Yao, Allah Echa, Ashoa K La Yanaka. The O Af Bashar Yasha Af Shamo La Shoa. Zakor Af Yom Hashabaf La Kadasho. Shashaf that main Thabat Wagasheta Kol Mon Akatka. Or Yom Hashabea Yashabaf La Ya O Allah Eka. Allah Eka, where am I? Where am I? Zakor, oh yeah. Zakor Af Yom Hashabaf La Kadat. Wait. Yeah, Zakor Af Yom. Wait, where am I at? Keisha Shaf Yamin. Where am I at? I'm sorry. Keisha Shaf Yamin
Just start
Gasha
over.
I'll do it over. Okay, I'll do it over. Why the bar? Allah aim off call hadabarin ha'Allah la amar. And a kay ya o Allah eka ashar hotatecha ma ras masrim ma beif gabadim. La ya elaka Allah aim acharim golpanim. La taisha laka pasor will call the mona ashar bashmei mamago wa ashar ba rat madlaka wa ashar ba mei madlakaf la rats. La taisha tlako laham wa la taibadam kay and a kay ya o Allah eka al khan pakat gonabaf golbanim. Gol shalashem wa gorabaim la shana aim. Wagasha Kasala Alapim La Abe Walasha Mare Matote La Tasha Absham Ya O Ala Echa Ashoa Kela Yanaka Ya O Af Ashar Yasha Abshamo La Shoa Zakor Af Yom Hashabaf Wakadasho Shashaf Yamin Thabat Wakasheta Kol Mal Akiska Wa Yom Hashabah Yeshabaf La Ya O Ala Echa La Taisha Kol Malaka Ata Wabanka Wabatka Gabaka Wa Amatha Wa Ba Matka Wagarka Ashar Basharika Kesha Shaf Yamin Rasha Ya O Af Hashemin wa Ath Ha'aratz, wa Ath Hayom wa Ath Kol Ashar Bam wa Yanak wa Yom Hashabiyaye, Gol Khan Barak Ya O Ath Yom Hashabak wa Chadasho, Chabad Ath Abeka wa Ath Amka Laman Ya Rakon Ya Meka Gol Ha'adama Ashar Ya O Ala Eka Natham Laka, La Tarat Sak, La Tana Ab, La Taganab, La Tana Baraicha Gatchakar, La Tachamad Beef Riker, La Tachamad Shaf Riker, Wakabado, Wa Amatha, Wa Shora, Wa Chamora, Wa Call, Ashor, the Riker.
So that's 8. So we're gonna stop there. Again, these are the 10 words that Yahweh himself wrote down on 2 tablets, which were then placed inside the ark. And that relic still exists, waiting for us to get our act together to go find it. And I guarantee you, when we find it, and the priests who are allowed to handle it, open it up to make sure that, our covenant is still there. What you are going to see, or what we will see, is the handwriting of Yahweh looking just like this. And you will be in awe. And then we will all be trying to mimic that exact handwriting that we see on those tablets. Okay? That's what the book says. The ark was not made for it to be eventually lost and never recovered. Yahweh did not go through all that trouble to have this made, have this covenant written down by himself, for then man to come along and, destroy it and make it lost forever. He carefully had it tucked away somewhere where no one could defile it, and it's just waiting for the day that we go find it. Come on. So we're not going to read Torah today. We're going to jump right into prophecy. The school is almost done, and then we will pick up with Torah lessons in the school. Book 5, Torah 5. And then when we finish Torah 5, we will start over from the beginning, but we will also continue on with the prophets, Yahushai and Shaphatim, the judges, and Malachim, kings. We'll read all those. And my promise to you is that those who don't have their Torah yet, when the school opens and we have our grand opening, you walk in there, it'll be waiting for you. And I want to commission a committee. I like it to be women, but it doesn't have to be all women. To, once the floor is done, you guys can go in there and suggest some decoration or some type of festive, for the grand opening, how it should look. Maybe lights, balloons, I don't know. Just, go in there and just do your magic and let me know what you want me to buy and how you want it to be decorated. So just a small committee. We don't want everybody in there, just a small committee. We want to keep it a surprise. And then once we have the grand opening and everyone shows up, their jaws will drop when they see the school and how beautiful it looks. And the sound system is working and everything is working, and the lights and the tables and everything, it'll just be really, really something we can be proud of. And we're almost there. And I'll have my drifter car ready to go. Floor will be nice and level and smooth for my drifter car. It's, between classes. So long time in coming, but we're almost there. Hats off to Yeshayahu and his team of workers, and Yaot Tzachach, our righteous brother from Poland, who stepped in at the last minute to offer his expertise on the floor. And it looks great from what I've seen. And when it's all done, I think everyone will be really, really happy that we have a place now where we can have our events and everything. Uh, if you have a business or whatever, you can also use the school between classes to promote your business or sell your products, whatever it is. We can have a bazaar up there sometimes where everyone just brings their little kiosk and people can come and shop, and like they do at the markets here. You go to one of these markets, these outdoor markets, there'll be all types of vendors offering stuff. And it'd be great to see us do that at our school. There's a lot of other stuff we'll do. I've got a lot of ideas, but that's just one of them. So we're gonna jump into prophecy, and we're gonna look at today Ya'o Chazakal chapter 16. This is a long chapter, so I'm gonna try to get through it at a quick pace. But we're gonna look at it, the whole thing in our language, not the translation. And I've done this a few times, but we never really went through it in our language, and they didn't really get down and deep. And there's, a lot of times I will read something in the prophets, and I won't have, at that moment, I won't have the full understanding, and it'll be something in the back of my mind like a thorn driving me crazy until he gives me the answer. So that's why we go over it and over it and over it and over it and over it. All right. You guys are already hitting me up for the committee appointment, huh? Okay. Let's see. That's one. That's two. Look at you trying to claim rights. I don't remember it. So there. It was a year ago. So you need to have some evidence, like bring up some text or something or message that I wrote. Because I don't remember. It was a year ago. She knows who I'm talking to. All right. So let me get this on the screen. And for those 8 who read, I'm going to make you read verses 1 to 4 of the 16th chapter of the prophet Yahweh. Well, before we do that, let's go over it word for word. Wa ya a. Everyone should know what that is. That verb in the third person singular, imperfect with a wa reversal.
And it was.
It was the bar Yahweh.
Word of Yahweh.
Word of Yahweh.
The word of Yahweh. Ale.
To me.
To me. Or unto me. La Amar.
Saying.
Now, the prophets didn't have the same type of relationship that Yahweh had with Moshe. Okay, Yahweh spoke to Moshe like I'm speaking to you right now, right? Face to face means, having a direct verbal conversation. He didn't speak to the prophets like that after Moshe. What he did was he gave them visions and dreams, and he did it that way, riddles for them to solve. So when it says the word came to him, he's talking about a vision he had or a dream he had or something of that nature. He didn't, Yahweh didn't come down and speak to him like he spoke to Moshe. Ban Adam.
Son of man.
Son of man. This is a common phrase that we see throughout this book and other books. And, some argue that this is some type of divine title because Jesus said it a lot. He called himself the Son of Man. But if you know the language and you read the prophets, we see that that's not what it means. It's not a divine title at all. It might mean that you are a prophet because the prophets use it a lot. It also just means that you're a human being. That's it. A regular person. Ban Adam. Ho die. Imperative.
Cause to know.
Cause to know. Ath object marker. Yaro Shalom. Cause Jerusalem to know. Cause Jerusalem to know. Ath accusative. Thoai bathe ha.
Her
Thoai bathe ha.
Abominations.
Her abominations. Cause Jerusalem to know her abominations. Wa Amartha,
You will say,
And
you
you
will
will
say,
say,
Ha Amar
Her,
Adonai Yahweh.
her
thus say
abominations.
The Lord Yahweh
Thus says Lord Yahweh. La Yerushalayim.
to Yerushalayim.
Machorathech, Machorathech.
Your cutting will birth.
Cuttings? Your cuttings?
No.
Your birth. Your birth. When you're born.
Nativity or
Yeah.
original state.
Who said nativity? That's
Ane.
really? Was it him?
Give me my props and move on.
Root, the actual substantive noun is machora, and it means to be your birth, but it's in the plural here. Machorathech, with the cha at the end and the closing syllable for the pronoun your. It's in the plural. And it says wa maladothech, the next word. Sorry, moladothech.
That one's birth.
Another way of saying your birth or your nativity. Your births or your nativities, ma'aratz ha'chanayne.
In the land of the Canaanites.
Land of Canaanites.
Land of the Canaanites. Abech,
your fathers?
Your father.
Your father.
Your father.
Right? Not abecha, because we're talking to a feminine entity, so it has to be abech. Your father, ha'amare.
Amorite.
Your father was the Amorite. Well, Amach.
Mother.
Your mother.
And your mother, Chafeth.
Was a Hittite.
A Hittite.
Your mother was a Hittite. Whoa, 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 wait a minute now. Jerusalem. Father an Amorite, mother a Hittite. That's not true. Is it? Amorites and Hittites, they're both Canaanites. They're both Canaanite nations. And we don't come from them, literally. So what's the prophet doing here? He's using these names to insult. This is what you call name calling. Because obviously his job right now is to make Jerusalem aware of their abominations. And if Jerusalem is an abomination and polluted and all that stuff and sinning, it doesn't get to be called the daughter of Zion and all those great things, right? It doesn't get to be called that. It gets to be insulted with names. Your father was an Amorite, your mother was a Hittite. Those are insults. Wamola dothech, again.
Nativity.
Your nativity.
Bayom holadath athach, in the day
you were born.
Ladath was born athach, you.
You.
La charath sharach.
Not was cut.
Was cut your navel.
Not was cut your navel. Wabamem.
And in water.
La rachatzath.
Not where you washed.
Not where you washed.
Not where you washed. La masha'e.
To cleanse. Better word for it?
I'm gonna say it means to swaddle, or no, not to swaddle, to supple. Mashai is to supple.
Okay.
Wa Hamalach.
And the salt?
La hamalachas.
Not were you salted with?
Not where you salted.
Wouldn't the hamalach be the infinitive?
Yeah. It is. It's the infinitive absolute. So it's
Salting,
really
not where
So
you
salted,
salting,
you
not
were
where
not
you salt.
salted.
Yeah. Wa hachafo. It's
and
another
waddling.
infinitive absolute. And
Wouldn't this be
swaddling.
swaddled? Yeah, this is.
And swaddled. La chach chafaltho. Chafaleth.
Not where you swallowed.
Not where you
Swaddled.
swaddled. So this is really bad. This is talking about a baby that was born and its navel wasn't cut, so it still has the umbilical cord and it's still attached to the afterbirth. Neither wast thou washed in water, so it's still filthy with blood and feces, whatever, all that stuff that comes out when the baby's born. It wasn't washed away. It wasn't salted at all, nor swaddled. Now, I don't know about this. The salted part is interesting. Kind of tells us what our ancestors did with newborns. Washed them down with salt.
Probably to kill
I get,
bacteria and germs and stuff on them.
yeah, great. Yeah, okay, I can see probably what that did. And they weren't swaddled. They weren't wrapped in you know, like Jesus in the manger, wrapped in a swaddling cloth. That neither was that. When a baby is born, that's one of the first things they do is they wrap it up tight like it's a mummy, and then hand it to the mom. This didn't happen to this child. So I'm going to let the readers have at that. Ariel, if she's here.
Shalom. Why, yeah. Where am I starting?
First one, wa ya e dabar, ya o.
Why, ya e dabar ya o ala e la amar. Bam Adam, Bam Adam, Hi Yad Hawadai,
Odai,
Odai, At Yaroshalom,
Yerushalayim,
Yaroshalam, At
Boai Batheha,
Doai Bateha, Wa Amarat, Ka
Amartha,
Wa Amartha, Ka Amar,
Adane,
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 Adane, Yao,
La,
Yarosh, Ya, La Yaroshalam,
Tob,
Makorathaim,
Mahorathek.
Makoratheka.
Nope, that would be masculine.
Okay.
It's gonna have to,
Makorathek.
yeah, exactly. Tob.
Wamola de Wamola dothek.
Tob.
Ma'arat. Hakanaine.
Tob.
Abeka.
Abek, feminine.
Abek.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ha'amare.
Tob.
Wa'amka.
Wa'amach.
Wa'amak.
Yeah, it would be a amcha if he were talking to a man. He's talking to a woman, so it's wa'amach.
Okay. Chathet.
Tob.
Wamola dothek.
Tob.
Bayom ha'aladat.
Holadath.
Holadath. Atha.
Athach. Feminine.
Athak.
You.
Athak. La Karath. Sharak.
Tob.
Wabamim La Rakatsot
Rachatsaf.
Rakatsat. Oh yeah, Rakatsat Lamashai La Lamashai
Lamashaye.
Lamashaye Wahamalach La Hamalachata Hamalachat
Lachath. To. Hamalachath.
Hamalachat
To.
Wahakathal La Kathala.
To Ma'ad. Good job. You did, Ya'o.
Boom. Just one question before I go. Would this be Hamlach, Hamlachath, or Hamalach?
Oh, you mean because it's infinitive absolute? Yeah, just put Hamalach.
I mean, because it's positive, I thought it'd be reduced Hamlach.
Positive. I think it's it's passive causative. So infinitive absolute. Yeah. But we would also, I should have pointed this out. We should also, if it's passive, what else do we have to do to the inflection?
Inflect the first syllable.
Yeah. Bach. And then the second one is also going to be passive, so you have to do it again.
Hamlachat.
Hamlach. Hamlach. Hamlachat. All right. All right. Boom. I'm going now. Wa ya a the bar ya o ale ba'amar. Banadam. Hodai ath Yerushalayim ath Thawabatheha. Wa amartha cha amar adonai ya o la Yerushalayim. Machorathech wa moladothech ma'arat hachanaine. Abech ha'amare wa amach chathech wa moladothech bayom moladath thach la harath shirach wa bamem la rachatza la mashaye wa hamlach la hamlachat wa hachathal la chatalat.
Odd. Those other two infinitives, the last one from the root chathal is also passive causative.
Oh, so we have to lengthen the first.
Yeah, chathla.
Chatla. Okay, chatla.
Chathla. These are fine points that we don't have to worry about right now, but yeah, it's good that you pointed those out. Okay. Sanur.
Shalom. Waya e dabar ya'o ale la amar. Ban Adam Hodai Ath Yaroshalam. Tho I Batheha Wa Amartha Ha Amar Adane Ya'o La Yaroshalam. Ma Chorathek Wa Moladothek Ma Arat Ha Kanane. Abeg Ha Amare Wa Amak Ha Wa Moladothek Bayom Holada Athak La Chora. Sharak Wa Bame. La Rafatsa La Mashae Wa Hamlak, you said. La Ha Malacha Wa Ha Chala. Wa Ha Chafal La Chafawa. That's a tongue twister. Shalom.
Hachlaf la chachlaf. That's like
Han. Hachlaf Wa Hafa.
Yeah, so now that was Sonor. We have now Ya'o.
Shalom. Waya e bar ya o alay la amar ban Adam hodai at Yaroshalam at to I bate wa amaraft ha amar Adane Yao La Yerushalayim Makot Wateka Wa Mola Dotecha Ma'arat Hakanaine Abek Ha'amare wa Amak Kate Wa Mola de Teka Bayom Holadah Ataka La Karat Sharak Wabakmin La Khatsak Kasak La Mashaya La Mashaye Wahamak Wahamalak Wahamalak La Ha Lakat Wahakatla Wahakatla La Katala. How you say it?
Laf. Last one.
Haklat. Haklat. Khan. Haklat.
Some of these are new words, but like I said, you practice over and over, you see them, you'll get used to it. Okay. Gabari Al.
Oya Dabor Yao Ala La Amor Banadan Hodad At Yahushalam At Tayabate Wa Amar Ka Amar Adane Yao La Yahushalam Makarate Wa Maladote Ma'arats Hakanene Abek Ha'amare Wa'amak. Is that Wa'amak?
Yep.
Kateta Wamaladate Bayom Halado Halada Atek La Karat Sharak Wabamain La Rakasat La Mashai Wahamalak La Wahamalaka Wahakatal La Lata.
So,
Shalom.
Ya'orae.
Shalom. Wa Ya'e, Debar Ya'o, Ale La'amar, Ban Adam, Hodai, Ath Yaroshalam, Ath Ath Thoai Batheha, Wa Amarath, Ka Amar, Adane Ya'o, La Yerushalayim. Makorathek wa Moladothek Marat Hakanaine Abek Ha'amare wa Amak Katheth wa Moladothek Bayom Ho Ladath Athak La Karath Sharach Wabamaim La Ra Chasath La Mashaye Wa what is that? Wahamlak La Hamalakath Wa Kathal La Kathlas
Love. So. I know this is difficult because you haven't seen these words before. Darach Ya'o.
Wa ya a debar ya o alay la amar. Ban Adam. Hodai. Ath Yarosalam. Ath Thoabatheha. Wa Amartha. Ha'amar Adonai ya o. La Yarosalam. Ma Parathech. Wamo la Dothech. Ma'arat Hachanaine. Abech. Ha'amare. Amach Chafeth. Wamo la Dothech. Bayom Holadath, Athach, La Karath, Sharach, Wabamaim, La Rachatsath, La Mashae, Wa Hamalak, La Hamalachath, Wahachathal, La Kathla.
Toma'an. And last is Al-Le Lazar.
Shalom. Wa ya a debar ya o alay la amar. Ban Adam hodai. Af Yaroshalam. Af Laobatheha. Wa Amartha. Ha Amar Adonai ya o. La Yaroshalam. Ma Karathek. Wa Malothek. To me. Wa Molod. Molod. Oh my goodness. Wa Molodathek. Ma'arat Hakanane. Abek Ha Amare. Wa Amak Katheth. Wa Maladothek Bayom Holodath Athach La Karath Sharak Wabamim La Rakataf La Mashae Waham Lach La Ham Lakath Wa Ha what wait, how you say it? Wait, Wa Hak Thal Hak Thal La Kath La Kath Lath
Chatlath.
Kathlath. Huh?
Nope, that was right.
Shalom.
So, Wayai debar Ya'o Ale La Amar. Ban Adam. Hodai Ath Yerushalayim Ath Wabatheha. Wa Amartha Cha Amar Adonai Ya'o La Yerushalayim. Ma Chorathech Wa Mala Dothech Ma Aras Hachanaine Abecha Amare. Wa Amach Chatheth. Wa Moladathech Bayom Holadath Athach Lacharath Sharach. Wa B'meim La Rachatzath La Mashae. Wa Hamlach La Hamalachath. Wa Chath Thal La Chathlath. Now, if you were living at the time he's writing this and telling people this, and you were from Jerusalem, you wouldn't know what to make of this. Because this is historically inaccurate, right? We as a people, were the 12 sons of Ya'ogaka born in the land of Canaan?
Yes.
They were?
Some of them were.
Some of them were.
Shalom, my man. If I recall correctly, Jacob went away to his uncle's house and they lived in the east, if I'm right.
Yeah, they lived in Haran, way up there in northern Mesopotamia. Not the land of Canaan. So that's not true. We weren't born in the land of Canaan. Our father wasn't an Amorite. Our mother wasn't a Hittite. In the day of our birth, right, our navel was not uncut. We were not unwashed and left to sit there in filth and not suppled and not... Who the hell are you talking about? That's the mystery right now. Who the hell are you talking about? And what are you trying to get at? Verse 5, La chasa, not pity, not mercy, not pity. Chalech, upon you was gain, an eye. La gashoth, to do, lach, to you, achaf, one, ma'ala, from these. Again, who are you talking to? No one pitied us or you when you were born to do to you any of these things you just mentioned. Wash you in water, cut your navel, supple you, salt you. La chamala, to show compassion, ghalech, upon you. Wata shalache, wata shalache, second person, feminine. You were cast al panei hashada, to the face of the field. You were cast. Huh? So the prophet's using this analogy of a child born this way to describe the people, how they came to be. And it just doesn't ring true if you know the history of our nation. Like this, who, what, when, where what are you talking about? So we have to keep reading, right? Beguile, Napashach, beguile, to loathing, Napashach, your person, Bayom, in the day, Holodath, Athach, the day that you were born. What is he talking about? How can this fit our history? And we were born, we were loathed, and no one cared about us to do any of these things for us. And we were simply cast out into the open field the day we were born.
Is he talking about us in slavery?
Sound like us in Montreal.
No, he said your birth. Were you born in Montreal?
Well, Khan.
Your birth is the origin, how you began. Montreal Shane is not how we began. That's how we end our curses, but that's not how we began. Well, I bar Ghalech, verse 6, first person, well, I bar from Gabar to pass.
When I
Well, I
passed
bar. When I passed Ghalech
By you.
by
by
you,
you. Wa ara'ach,
I
Well,
saw
I
you.
you.
saw you. Matha bosaseth. This is a reflexive participle in the active. Bos, or bosas, meaning to be defiled, polluted. And
Polluting yourself.
it's reflexive, so what does that mean?
Polluting yourself.
Polluting yourself.
Including yourself.
I saw you doing that, Yahweh was saying. But damech,
In your blood.
in your blood. Wa amar lach,
And I said to you,
but damech,
in your blood,
che'e,
live.
wa amar lach,
And I said to you,
but damech,
in your blood,
che'e,
live.
live. Okay. Again, I can't think of a instance in history where this fits us as a people. So we got to keep reading because right now the prophet is not really giving us any good clues. Rababa,
10,000.
Many? Oh, 10,000. Oh, okay, 10,000.
when it's a noun, it could be that number, or it could mean simply to be multiplied. To multiply
Multiply.
chatsamach,
Like as a plant
like the plants hashadah
in the field.
or the field, nathafech,
I made you. I gave you, right? No, I
yeah,
gave you.
no, or I've given you
I've given to you. Yeah.
watharabe, second person, feminine, from Rabbah, you increased,
Oh,
Wa tha gadale, another second person, feminine. From gadal, you grew, you grew. Wa thaba'e, on the root bo, second person, feminine. You came. Ba rade aim. And this is you came into ornaments of ornamentations. So you began in filth and squalor and whatnot. And now, since I came by and I saw you and I told you to live, you began to increase, to multiply. And now you got these beautiful jewels that you're ornamented and decked out with. Not only that, but the prophet gets graphic. He gets a little anatomically graphic here. He says, Shadaim, Nachano, breast fashioned. So now this is a child, an infant, a baby that's now grown up to become a drop dead bombshell woman. Now she's a woman, fully grown woman. Right? Now this is all metaphorical. We're not talking about a little person. This is a personification of a people. Now she's fully grown, she's matured, and she's gorgeous and she's decked out. Wa Shirach, your hair. Samach, again.
Shalom, my babe. I don't know if it's
Can you
just my
scroll
Can you
up?
screen.
scroll?
Move it
Can you
up.
Can you
scroll
scroll
down?
Pull
up?
it up.
I'm sorry. This is I am in verse 7 still, but it moved down. Bagadeim, your beautiful, your ornamentation. Shadaim, breast. Nachono, establish or fashion breasts. Or Sharach, your hair. Samach is grown and flowing. Wa'ath, Haram,
You were naked.
or whereas you were naked, wa Goreh, and bare. Goreh, with that aspirated ha at the end is the feminine noun for to be bare. Goreh. You were naked and bare. That's the way I found you. Now you've all grown up and you are beautifully adorned, a grown woman. Verse 8, well, I bar galech,
When I passed by you,
when I passed by you, well, ara ach,
and
and
looked
I
at you,
saw you, well, hana, rafach,
the time,
your time, raf dodem,
time of love.
time of lovers, time of lovers. Wa aparash, parash is to spread, aparash, I will spread, wa aparash. And I spread chanape. This could be taken as wings, but if you're talking about a man wearing a garment, this is more or less his skirt. Spread my skirt. Chalech, on you. So this is now a marriage now. This man, we're talking about figuratively. This is Ya'o coming across this woman. When he first met her, she was a child and she was in real bad shape. And then he fixed her up. And now he sees her and she's beautiful and he wants to marry her. He marries her, spreads his skirt over. That means he made her his wife. Wa achasa, from chasa, covered. Wa achasa, and I covered garothach,
Or nakedness.
covered your nakedness. Wa shabai lach.
I swore to you.
And I swore to you. Wa abo.
I entered.
And I entered ba baraith.
The covenant.
Athach.
You.
Na'am Adonai Ya'o.
Says the Master Yahweh.
Watha ele.
And you became to me. You became mine.
And you became mine. All right, so we are talking about his people, but the history that he just described is weird, since that's really not something we see as the whole nation, how we began. We read the story in Genesis 25 and 30 and whatnot, and this doesn't really fit. So something's funny, something strange is going on here, and we have to get to the bottom of it. Verse 9. Wa arachatzach b'mem.
Washed you in water.
I washed you in water. Wa ashatap damech. Magalech. Got to put that in there too.
What to rinse?
Say it again.
Is it to rinse?
Another way of rinsing or thoroughly washing away, to thoroughly wash. Shatap means to flood or overflow. So he thoroughly overflowed and washed away damech,
your blood,
ma'galech, from upon you, wasachach, from sach, sachach means, or soch means to anoint, and I anointed you bashamar,
Oil.
Now, okay, now we getting somewhere. I washed you with water. I thoroughly washed the blood away from you, and I anointed you with oil. Is that something he did to the whole nation as a collective, or was it something he did to a representative of the nation? Which was the tribe? What tribe was washed in water and anointed with oil and cleansed from its blood?
Boy.
Loy. Okay, so maybe we're talking not about the whole nation, but about, a tribe that is really close to Yahweh, supposed to be dear unto him, like a wife, and it represents the whole nation. Verse 10. Wa'ala Beshach. And I clothed you, Rakama, in embroidered work, embroidery work. Wa Anilach. And I shod your feet, Tachash. I shod your feet in Tachash. Who knows what Tachash is? Tachash is the badger skin. Badger skin. Where do we see embroidered work in badger skin used in our nation?
The ark.
The ark.
Tabernacle.
Tabernacle.
Tabernacle. I'm sorry. So, yeah, wrong. Said the wrong thing.
Wa Achabashach. And I girded you, Bashash.
And linen.
In linen. Wa Achasach.
And covered you.
Covered you. Mashe. In
with silk.
Silk. Okay, again, this could be talking about maybe the tribe of Judah, which was really decked out in a royal fashion with all types of gold and embroidery work, or it could be talking about tribe of Loe and the tabernacle and how that was beautified and decked out. Okay, verse 11. Wa idach.
This is adorning again. So I adorned you.
I adorned you, right? Chade,
Ornaments.
with ornaments. Wa athana, from the root nathan.
To be able to put.
And I gave, where I put.
And I get
Samedem is bracelets. Gal yadech.
On the hands.
On your hands.
On your hands.
Wa rabed, and a chain. Gal garonach.
Neck.
Your neck.
Garon is really throat. This is it means
Oh,
throat.
Khan.
Okay. So again, we're talking about a woman that's being really, really beautified and decked out here, but we don't know if this represents this is the whole nation, all 12 tribes plus Loe, or is it Judah, or is it just the tribe of Loe? Verse 12, Athan Nazam, and I put a jewel, Gal Apach, upon Apach,
Your nose.
on your nose. Wa Ragelim, Ragel is the earrings. Gal upon Azanech.
In your ears.
On your ears. Azanech. Wa Gatarath. And the crown of, this is in construct, the absolute word would be Gatara. And here in the construct, it's Gatarath Thaparath, a crown of beauty. Barashach.
On your head.
On your head. Okay, now we got a crown. So wait a minute. We have to be talking about the royal tribe or the priests, because the high priest also wears sort of a crown. So now we've narrowed it down. It has to be either Yaoda or Loe. Wa Thaide, second person, imperfect. You were decked, Zab, in gold, Wa Chasap, silver. Wa Malaboshach, you were dressed,
Clothes.
Shash,
Linen.
linen. Wa Mashe, silk.
Silk.
Wa Rakama, embroidered work. All right. Again, it sounds like a royal person or a priestly person. What about the next line? Salath.
Flour.
Fine flour.
Fine flour.
Wadabash.
Honey.
Washaman.
And oil.
Achalath.
I ate.
You ate.
You ate. And where do we see fine flour, honey, and oil being eaten?
By the priests.
By the priests. They used flour in the mancha. When did they use honey? They did use honey when they made those smaller wafers from the flour. And of course, they're always using oil. Always. Wathepe, again, second person. You were beautiful. Wa ma'ad.
Exceedingly.
Wa salache, and you prospered, second person. La malocha.
To royalty, right?
For a kingdom.
Or
Oh, it
kingdom.
must be Judah. It's got to be Judah. Must be Judah because here it says kingdom. I think the prophet is playing with people right now because we don't really know at this point who exactly he's talking about. But if he's talking about Judah, and we go back to the beginning, was the tribe of Judah born in squalor like that? In filth and not swaddled and left out in the field to the elements until somebody came by and showed some compassion on it? Does it fit the tribe of Loe? It doesn't fit either one of them. So it's like, okay, well, how do we know who we're talking about? Verse 14, Wayatzlach.
And went out you.
And you went forth.
You went forth.
Or went forth your Sham.
Name.
There?
Sham is name. Went forth your name.
Oh, name, yeah, though.
Ba Goaim, among the people.
Among the people.
Ba Yepech.
What's that? Beauty, right? Your
By
beauty?
your beauty.
Your beauty.
Che Thalel, for perfect. Ho, it is.
It is.
So it's masculine, it's whole, because the noun, the substantive, Yapeh, beauty, is masculine. So it refers to the beauty which was perfect. Ba Hadare,
My splendor, my work.
in my beauty or in my comeliness, Ashar, which Shamthe, I had put Chalech upon you. All right, that's interesting. He's saying you were so beautiful because of my beauty that I put on you. On the name Yahweh.
Says the Lord Yahweh, Master Yahweh.
So did he deck out the tribe of Judah this way, or did he deck out the tribe of Loe this way?
He's talking about the whole nation and detailing aspects that distinguish it through the kingdom of Judah, the operating.
So you think he's not talking about one tribe, he's talking about the whole tribe, the whole nation.
And referencing it through the type.
I can't hear you.
Referencing it through the type.
Did anyone hear what he said?
La.
He's saying he's referencing it through the two tribes. So Rudy's references referring to Loe and Yahweh.
Okay, so he thinks this is the nation, but he's using two tribes as examples for the whole nation. All right, let's see if that's true. Let's keep reading. Verse 15. Wa babatache,
and trusted you.
Ba Yepech,
in your beauty.
Wa Tazane,
did the harlotry.
you play the harlot, Gal, because of Shamach, your name.
Your name.
Wa Shapache,
and poured out.
You poured out. Shapach is to pour. You, second person, feminine. Ath Tazanotech. Tazanotech is your whoredoms. Chal upon everyone. Robar or rob. It's the root is robar, the participle, the one who passes by. It's robar with the wa there for emphasis.
Lo, my bad.
Ya'eh. So, yep.
Most likely. Has that been used before? Robar? I never saw that.
Is it what?
Has that been used before? This prophet used it like that?
Yeah, everyone does it.
I never saw it. Okay, shalom.
It's a participle with a wa for emphasis between the first and second radical. If the wa were in the second, between the second and third radical, it would be a passive participle. So it's still active, and it's just emphasized. One passing by, lo ya'e.
To him it would be.
To him it was. To him it will be. And so what is he saying? He's saying this woman became the harlot, and everybody who wanted a turn got a turn. Everybody who came by her got his turn. All right, this is a woman who's so beautiful. She doesn't wait for men to come to her. She goes and gets them. And everyone has a turn. It's not your girl, just your turn. That's what this prophet is saying about this people. Verse 16. Watakache.
And you took
Ma gabadech.
your garments.
From your garments. Wa lach.
And did for yourself.
Bamoth.
High places of.
High places.
Palaoth.
Um,
That means spotted, not
spot.
diverse colors. Spotted. So what does that mean? You took the beautiful garments that he gave you, and you turned them and you made them to be high places, spotted high places, strange high places. Wathazane Galeham.
You played the harlot upon them.
La Ba'oth.
Not it should come.
Not things should come, or not come things. Wala Ya'e.
And not should it be.
And not should it be. So this is a perversion, a massive perversion of what Yahweh expects of this woman. Massive perversion. All the beauty that he gave her, she is now using it to attract men and to build high places of false worship and to play the harlot upon them, things that shouldn't be done. Verse 16, from verse 17. What the kache chale again.
Can you scroll up, my bang?
Yeah, I did.
Shalom.
What the kache chale, paparathach.
You have taken my jewelry, right? And
You've taken the ornaments of your beauty.
Okay.
Mazabe.
From my gold.
From my gold. Wama chasape.
And my silver.
From my silver. Ashar nathathe lach.
Which I have given to you.
Wathaishe lach.
And made to you.
And you've made for yourself. Salame Zachar.
Images of men.
Images of man. Wa thazane bam. Whoredoms, you commit whoredom. So they've made statues, idols of men, people, and they've played the harlot with them. I never forget, this is gross, but I never forget in school, in one of my history classes, the professor was talking about Greek architecture and artwork. And he showed us a slide. We were watching slides, and he showed us one of these slides of Athens and, all those great sculptures and whatnot, the Statue of David. You guys have all seen the Statue of David, right? And, all these various beautiful sculptures, beautiful anatomically done sculptures. And then there was one he showed us of this woman. Some guy, the artist had sculpted this woman. And of course, she's half naked and her breasts are just, gorgeous. And she's all shapely and twisted up in this really sexy pose. And then the professor said, now I want you to pay really close attention to this spot down here by her dress, on the bottom of her dress. And we said, what the hell is that? He said, what do you think that is? And we all said, no, no. And he said, yep, that's what that is. The man who made this sculpture couldn't resist himself, couldn't hold himself back, and left a memo on the sculpture. We were all disgusted. Like, are you kidding me? That's gross. But that's sort of what we're seeing here. Same thing, almost the same thing. Our people were making statues and worshiping them and idolizing them and committing whoredoms upon them. Verse 17. Verse 18. V'takache again, ath bagade, rakamathach. You took your embroidered garments, wa bachase, and you covered them. Wa shamane,
and my oil.
and my oil, wa katarate,
my incense.
and my incense, nathath lapaneham. You offered, or you offered to them. My oil, my incense, you offered before them. Verse 19. Wa lachame, and my meat. Well, my bread, well, it literally would mean meat. Ashar nathathi, which I gave, lach, you. Salath, fine flour. Washaman, oil. Wadabash, and honey. Ha'achalathech, which I have caused to feed you. Wanathatheho, and you have set it, lapeneham,
before them.
Before them. La rech nechach, for a sweet savor.
Savory.
Well, Yah not Adonai Yahweh.
Says my master Yahweh.
So these jokers, whoever they are, they're taking the things that belong to his altar, right? The flour, the honey, the meat, this animal sacrifice, whatever. They're taking all those things. And instead of making them a sweet savor offering by fire unto Yahweh, they are using them as a sweet savor and offer of fire unto false gods. False gods. Now, a little history before Hezekiah became king, the Loam had their various cities scattered throughout the land, and each place had an altar. There was altars all over the place, but they were supposed to be dedicated to Yahweh. Only Yahweh was to be worshipped on those altars. But then something happened along the way, and the priests polluted these altars. They became centers and high places of false worship. And then when Hezekiah became king, he said, you know what? No more altars anywhere except Jerusalem. No more altars anywhere except for the temple in Jerusalem. That's it. And then when the Assyrians came and attacked him, one of the complaints was, why are you following this Hezekiah guy? He took down all your altars. Right? And he told you got to come to Jerusalem now. Why are you guys following him? Watch and see if his God can save him from us, the Assyrians, all the other gods couldn't. That's what they said to him, because he's the one who made that reform and said, all right, no more altars, no more altars except for the one. And he also destroyed the copper Nachash that Moshe made, because that was being worshipped. So he destroyed that too. All right. Verse 20. Verse 20. Watakache ath banech
And you took your sons
wath
and your daughters
banotech ashar
that you brought to
yaladachle
me,
watazabachem tazabachem
and you sacrificed them. You
laham
sacrificed to them.
to them. The false god. You took my children that were born to you for me, that belong to me, and you sacrificed them to the false god. La'achol, to be
To
devoured.
devour.
To be devoured. And then we have ha might. This is a question followed by might, which means little. Is it little?
Little.
Ma tazanotech.
Idolatry.
In other words, is what you've done a small matter?
La.
No, absolutely not. Verse 21, Wa'ata shachate. Second person feminine.
You killed?
You slaughtered.
Slaughtered, yeah. You slaughtered, yeah.
Atbana'e.
My children.
You slain, you slaughtered my children. Right? Wathathane. Wathathane.
And gave them.
You've given them. High bear, Otham.
And
Caused
caused to pass through.
Caused them to pass.
Caused them to pass.
Yes.
And the implication is through fire over to them. Laham. For them.
For them.
You cause them to pass through the fire to them. That's the sacrifice of Molech, when you offer your children as a sacrifice by fire. That's what the Canaanites were doing before we got there, and Yahweh told us not to do what they did and to destroy their altars and don't practice that stuff. So how did it end up happening that we began to do it? Why did we start doing it? The explanation I use is that, they were worshiping Yahweh and then he began to test them. So he didn't let it rain maybe one season. And their crops didn't come in. He tested them to see what they would do. And they said, okay, you know what? I'm going to go worship Malach and offer a child on this altar. And then guess what? It rained. He let it rain. And why did he do that? He wanted to solidify them in their wickedness so he could destroy them. So that's how I think it happened. Yahweh tested them and they failed. They went and worshiped false gods and they got what they wanted, right? And that kept them doing this stuff over and over again. It seemed like it was working for them. But he sent the prophet to tell them, no. He's testing you. And if you don't stop, he's going to destroy you because of your wickedness. And that's what happened. 22. Afchal Tuai Bathech Watazanathech.
And all your abominations and harlotry.
All your abomination, through all your whoredoms, La Zacharath Ath Yemei.
You do remember the days.
You do not remember the days of Naorech.
Or youth.
Or your youth.
Ba Heothach.
When you were.
When you were. Haram wa Zarech.
Naked and bare.
Naked and bare.
Naked and bare. Mata Bosasaf.
Defiling yourself.
Polluting yourself. Badamach.
In
your blood.
Okay. Hey, eighth. You were.
You were.
All right, so he's bringing us back to this. When in the history, the origin, were we naked, bare, and polluted in our blood and polluting ourselves in our blood? He says we were born in Canaan. Okay, that's not true. That's just meant to be an insult. Our father's an Amorite. Okay, that's not true. That's meant to be an insult. Our mother's a Hittite. Okay, that's just telling us that we are really behaving like who? Canaanites.
Canaanites, yeah.
Those are all Canaanites. So he says you're born there. That's not true, but might as well be. Your father's an Amorite. That's not true, but might as well be. Your mother's a Hittite. Well, that's not true, but might as well be because of the way you act, the way you behave. Then it says you were cast out into the field, right? Which I would say is the transition from Canaan to another land. And then Yahweh came by and saw them in their squalor. I would say that was when he decided to redeem them from Matran, because that's when they were at their lowest, when they were in Matran and they were doing all type of wickedness. And maybe no fault of their own because they were slaves, but still, that's when they didn't have any pity on them. No one's having any pity on them. No one cared, and they were naked and bare, and they were polluted in their blood, and they were polluting themselves in their own blood. So I would say that would be when they were in Matran as slaves, people. But we still don't know if he's talking about all of us or just a representative of us. Verse 23.
And it was after
Raithach.
all your wickedness.
Oe lach.
Woe, woe to you,
Na'am Adonai Yahweh.
says the Master Yahweh.
So this is a warning, a threat that because of all the wickedness, there will be woe and woe unto them. Verse 24. Wa thabane, second person, feminine.
Is that oh you built? Is that
Yeah.
the pond?
You
Okay.
built.
You built to you.
Lach to
Okay.
you. Gob. Gob is an eminent place. Wa taishe lach. And you made
You
for
made
yourself Rama, a high place.
high place.
Bachal in every Rehob street. All right. Again, that's could be true of the whole nation, or it could be true of one tribe in particular, who the prophet is really trying to stick it to. Verse 25. Al Khal Ra'ash.
Sorry, can you scroll down a bit?
25. Al Khal Ra'ash Darach. At every head of the road. At every head of the road. Banath Ramatha. You built
your high places.
Your high place. With a thigh bay. From Thib, you made yourself to be a board. Off Yapech, your beauty.
Okay, your beauty.
So you took your beauty, you made yourself to be loathed and bored. Wa the Pashake, from Pashak means to open. You opened off Ragalech. You opened your feet. Lachal Robar.
Anyone who passed by.
To anyone who passed by. That's another graphic way of saying she spread her legs. To any man who passed by. Wathara Bay, you increased, you multiplied. Ath Thazanotech, your whoredoms.
Your whoredoms.
Wathazane, you played the harlot. Albane Matran, to the sons of Matran.
To the sons of Matran.
And like I said, I think that's referring to the time that they were slaves. Okay. Shachanech. Shachanech is the ones who dwell near you, your neighbors.
Wait, sorry, question, man. Um, the playing the harlot with the sons of the Mitzrayim, wouldn't that be after the affliction of Mitzrayim? Like when we would, with your older specifically, when the ball, ransacked Jerusalem, and some people fled to Egypt and did things over there.
Where would this be?
Ramyao was taken by the same people where they started worshiping the Queen of Heaven too.
Yeramyao?
Yeah,
The prophet?
Jeremiah wasn't he taken with the people who said no, we need to go to Egypt, we need to rely on Egypt.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you're talking way, way past. You're talking now the Babylonian exile and how some folks fled to Mitzrayim.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
mean, because yeah.
Okay, let's keep that in on the table. Gadali Bashar.
Large flesh.
Rate of flesh means big penises. The Mitzrayim were. They even show you that they weren't ashamed of that. If you look at the monuments and the artwork on the walls, they show you lots of men with massively large penises. Well, Tharabe, Thazanathech, Thazanathach, your whoredom, Lahachaes ne. Lahachaes ne.
To provoke me.
To provoke me. Verse 27, Wahana natefe yadeh. I will stretch forth my hand.
My hand
Galech.
Against you.
Upon you.
Upon you.
Wa agarai. I will diminish, or I will hold
reduce or
back.
subtract.
Reduce, yeah, reduce. Chak ach.
Your statutes?
Your statute.
Wouldn't this be your portion, your allotment, something like that?
Chak would be statute. You're talking about chalak. That would be portion.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, athanach, and I gave you banapash into the soul or to the will.
Soul. Yeah.
Shana othech. This is a participle passive, the ones who hate
the ones
you.
who hate me. Okay.
Banot Palashatim, the daughters of the Palashatim, the Philistines. Hanachalamoth. This is the passive, so the first letter ha would be the article, and then passive participle nachalamoth, the ones who were ashamed, ma darachach, from your way, zama, of lewdness. All right, so that's another historical reference we could probably find. When was there a time when the people were given over to the Philistines? There was a few times in the history where the Philistines had rule over us until Doeg finally conquered them and got rid of the Philistines for good.
So say the time of the judges.
Yeah, time of the judges. Wa Thazane Ath Bene Ashur. You played the harlot with the sons of Ashur, Syria. Mabalathe This is verse 28. Mabalathe. Ma from Balathe on account of or being. So because Shabbathach, your unsatiableness, Watazanem,
You play the harlot.
Tazanem, you play the harlot with them, Wagamla Shabbath, and not were you satisfied. All right, so play the harlot with the Assyrians. That will be before the Assyrians decided to take you into captivity. And we do see that the kings of Judah, when they had a problem with the northern kingdom, they would hire the Assyrians. And Ahaz, the king who did that, went and saw the Assyrian king and the altar that they were using and said, "Hey, I want my altar to look like this one." So he imitated the pagans when he saw their altar and he worshiped their gods. Verse 29. Watharabe Thazanothach al aras chanai chasha dema.
And you, was that multiply? Rava?
You increase your abomination, your fornic or your whoredom
to the land
of Canaan,
and
onto or to the land of Chashadim.
Fine.
So from Canaan or from the promised land, they also went to Chashadim. And this would have to refer to the time of Hezekiah and later when we began to flirt with the Babylonians. And Hezekiah made the mistake of showing them the whole palace and all the treasures and whatnot. And then a few generations later, the Babylonians came and took us out of our land and brought us to the land of Chashadim. And our abominations didn't stop after we were there. We had false prophets in Babylon telling us, "Oh, this is nothing. It'll be over soon. The king will be defeated, and we're all going to get to go home." And don't listen to Jeremiah talking about 70 years. That's ridiculous. We're going to be home before you know it. So that was going on even in the land of Babylon. False prophets. Verse 30. Ma amala.
How weak?
How weak? Labathach is your heart. Naam Adonai Ya'o. How weak is thine heart, says Lord Ya'o. Ba Rashothach. Ba Rashothach.
When you were
doing? When you did, Afcha Allah.
All the things these.
All the things these.
Maisha, the work Ashazona. The work of Ashazona, the work of a prostitute or whorish woman. Okay, Shalatath, imperious. Like no shame at all in what she's doing. 31. Ba Banotech Gabach. When built you, Gabach, your eminent place, Baraash at the head of call every Darach way, Wa Ramathach, in your high place, Rasheth you made, Bachal in every Rachob street. Wallah He'eth, Ha Zonah, you are not like a Zonah. la kalas athana. You were not, he's calling you, he's saying you were a prostitute in all these places, but you weren't really a real true prostitute. Because what does a true prostitute do? They get paid, right?
Eat money.
But not this one. This prostitute doesn't get paid. This prostitute actually, la casal, scorns, afanam, higher. It doesn't want your money. It wants to give you money to sleep with her. That's the type of prostitute this woman is. She's not out there trying to make money. She's out there spending it to commit harlotry, to commit whoredom, to commit prostitution. Verse 32, Ha'asha Hamana'apath, the woman of Na'ap, Tachath, instead of Esha, her husband, Esha, Tachath, or Takach, you give Ath Zarim. You give to the strangers. Hold on 1 second. I think someone's at my door.
Shalom, shalom. Can somebody tell me what book we're in?
Ezekiel chapter 16.
Chapter 16, verse 32. So this is a woman of Na'ap, and instead of her husband, she takes strangers instead of her husband. Verse 33, the Chal Zonoth, to every prostitute or whore, Yathano Nada, they will give a gift. Wa'ath, but you, Nathath, you give Ath Nadanech, your gifts. Lachal, to all Ma'abeh, Watashachade, and you hire oath on them, Labo, to come Alech into you. Masabe, from all around, Bathozanotech, by your whoredoms. So this woman is strange. She's not doing this for money. Instead, she's paying people to do this to her. Again, that refers to, like I said, I can point to that in history, how our kings would hire Assyrians and whatnot, or Arameans to fight their battles. They would give them money to come and fight their battles. And that's the same way as a harlot paying someone to sleep with them. They're in bed with the enemy, and they're paying the enemy instead of getting paid. 34, Waya'ibach, Hapach, Man Hanashem. And it was with you the opposite or the reverse from the women. Ba Dazanotech, in your whoredoms. It was the opposite. Well, Acharech, and after you, La Zonah. After you, there is not a what?
There's not a whore.
Whore.
So after you is a way of saying the one who follows you. There is not a Zonah. There is no prostitute in the world who does what you do. Wabathathach, in that you give Athan or Athnan, you give reward, Athan and reward La Nathan Lach. And a reward is not given to you. Wafa'el, and it will be, and it was lahapach, the opposite of what's usually supposed to happen. This woman does it backwards. She got it backwards. Lachan, therefore, zona, whore, prostitute. Shema e debar ya'o. Cha'amar adonai ya'o. Yain, because hashapach, or hashpach, I'm sorry, this is causative. Because it's poured out, na chashathach. Because it's poured out na chashathach. Your filthiness. Watagala, and it is revealed, Garothach, your nakedness. Bathazanotech, in your whoredoms. Gal, with or upon, ma'abaech, your lovers. Gal, and upon Chal, all galole, thoi bothech, all the images of your whoredoms. Wa chadame, and by my blood. I'm sorry, by the blood, banech, of your children, ashar nathath, which you give to them. Anyone have a clue who we're talking about yet, specifically yet? $37. Lachan, Hanane.
Therefore, behold me.
Makabatz afchal ma'abaech. I will gather all your lovers. Ashar Zarobath, which you take pleasure. Ghaleham, upon them. Wa'afchal, and all Ashar, which Abath,
you loved.
You love. Ghal, with all which Shanath, you hate. Wa kabatzte afam, and I will gather them Ghalech upon you. Masabeb, roundabout. Wa galethe,
I'll uncover.
and I will uncover Garothach, your nakedness. Alham, to them. Wa ra'o, and they will see Afchal Garothach, your nakedness. Again, still not telling us a lot. We know this is metaphoric about how he's going to bring enemies to conquer us and expose us and destroy us. Okay. So we got to keep reading. 38. Wa shapatech mashpate, I will judge you.
Judge you or judged by judgment.
Mashpate, as judged, Naapoth, woman of Naap. Wa shapachath, and the ones that shed dam, blood. Wa nathafech, and I will give you dam chama, blood of fury. Wa kan'ah, and jealousy, in exchange for what you've done. 39. Wa nathafe othach, and I will give you Vayadam, into their hand. Waharaso, and they will throw down Gabach, your eminent place. Wanathats, so they will break down Ramathech, your high places. Wahap Sheto, and they will strip Othach you. So hold on 1 second. I gotta answer this. My route delivery. Where was I? Verse 39.
Time.
Wanathafe Athach, Vayadam, Waharaso, Gabach, Wa Natatso, and they will break down Ramathech, your high places, Wahap Sheto, they will strip off Thach, Bagadech,
Your clothing,
Walakacho, Chale,
and they will take the ornaments
Tharapathach,
of your loveliness.
Wahanecho Ach. What's Anecho first? And then we'll deal with
Isn't it? Does it come from to rest?
Or to it could be to park, to place from the
Okay.
or to
like set down.
Leave. Yeah. So let's put they will set down or they will leave. Geram Waghareh.
Naked and bare.
It will leave you naked and bare. The ones who came against her like that. Verse 40. Wa Hilo Galech. And they will go up on you. Call
assembly.
A company or an assembly. Wa Ragamu.
They will stone.
And they will stone Afach, you, Ba'aban with stones. Wa Batakoach.
They will cut you.
Bathach means to be thrust. So they will thrust you Ba Charaboth
with their swords.
By their swords. Thrust you by their swords. 41. We're almost done. Wa Sharapo Bathech. They will burn your homes, ba'ash, by fire. Wachashobach, and they will do in you shapatem, judgments. La'rene, in the sight of Nashem Raboth, many women. Wahashbathech, and I will cause you to cease. Ma zona, from being the whore. Wagam, and also Athnan, and higher. La tafane, you will give Rod anymore. So she's not going to be this weird prostitute who pays men for a trick. She's not going to be doing that anymore, right? Still no clue, hard clue yet as to who we're talking about specifically, because it sounds like it could be the whole nation, but the whole nation doesn't fit some of these details. 42. Wa hanchase.
This is again rest, right?
This is the one for us. I will cause the rest. Chamathe, my fury. Bach, in you. Wasara, and it will depart. Kanathe, my jealousy, mamach, from you. Wa shakate, and I will be quiet. Wallah, and not achais rod, not will I be angry. Rod, again. 43. Yain, because Ashar Allah Zacharath Ath Yemei Nayorech.
Not did you remember the days of your youth?
Because of which not did you remember the days of your youth. Wa Tharagazze. Ragaz is to be rattled or in motion. Tharagaze, but you fretted, lay me. Bachal Allah, and all these. Wagam ane, ha, is another way of saying an exclamation. Behold, darachach, your way, bara'ash, upon the head, nathathe, I will put, or in other words, I will repay you upon your head. Na'am Adonai Ya'o, says Lord Ya'o. Wallah, and not Resheth, and not you will do Ath Hazama, the lewdness, Gal with all Thoi Bafech, with all your abominations. All right, so there's a promise here of the fury will end, and then they won't be doing what they were doing anymore. 44, Hana. Chol Hamashal.
All the ones ruling.
Or all the ones who, with Mushal, let's make it a participle active, all the ones who make proverbs or uses proverbs. Chalech, upon you, Yamashal, will they proverb. La Amar, saying, Cha'ama, like the mother.
So the daughter.
In the ha there is, it should be Cha'amha, like the mother of her, Batha, the daughter of her. Like the mother of her, so is the daughter of her. All right. When did that proverb ever exist? Is there a point in history in the scriptures where we can point to that? No. Nope. So this would be post-biblical history. Chapter verse 45. Bath Amach. Ath. Daughter of your mother you are. Gailoth, the one loathing, Esha, her husband. You are your mother's daughter, you abhor, you loathe your own husband. Wabaneha and her children, so he loathes her own husband and her children. Wa Achoth and the sister, Achothach, of your sister. You are Ath. Ashar, which Gilo they loathe. Anashehan.
Your
They loathe,
husbands.
they loathe their husbands. Wabanehan and their children, Amchan of their mother, Chaseth, a Hittite, Wa'abechan and their father, Amari, Amorite. So it brings us back to the beginning of the chapter. A woman who hates her husband, hates her children, sister of your sisters, which loathes their husbands and their children. Your mother was a Hittite, and your father was an Amorite. So now we find out this woman has sisters who pretty much do the same thing. And the mother was a Hittite, and the father was an Amorite. Like, wait a minute. Who are we talking about? Still don't know. Now we got to find out. Verse 46. Wa achothach hagadola shamaron. Your elder sister is Shamaron. Heah she is. Wabanotheha and her daughters. Hayoshabath, the one who dwells, Gal upon Shama Olach, your left hand. Wa Achothach, in verse 46 again. Hakatana, the younger sister, Mamach from you. Hayoshabath, the one dwelling, Mayamenach, at your right hand, is Saddam, Wabanotheha, and her daughters. Now prophet finally decides to define this woman and her sisters. It says her older sister is Shamaron and her daughters, and she dwells on her left hand. Her younger sister from her is the one who dwells on her right hand, and her name is Sodom or Sodom, and her daughters. 3 sisters, an elder, a middle, and a younger. Shamaron the elder, this woman, Jerusalem, the middle, and Sodom the younger on the left. Now, in our land, when you face east, what is left? What's the left hand?
North.
North. And what's the right hand?
South.
South. So this woman is in between a northern entity and its satellites and it's between a southern entity and its satellites. Northern entity is called Shamaron. The southern entity is called Sodom. Now these can't be real names for real places. Why? What happened to Sodom? Is that one of our people?
No.
No. Real Sodom was destroyed in the time of Abram, and it's never coming back. It's never coming back. It's going to stay what it is now, a desolated, uninhabitable wasteland. It's never coming back. So he's talking prophetically or metaphorically, who is the sister who's being called Sodom? And who is the sister that's being called Shamaron?
The
The
northern
north.
and southern kingdoms.
Okay, northern kingdom, southern kingdom. So what's this woman?
Away in the middle.
How is Loe situated in the middle? I thought Loe was scattered among all the tribes.
The tabernacle was supposed to be in the middle, right?
No, sometimes it moved around before it was put in Jerusalem in the city of Doeg.
Oh, sorry. Well, at this point, the temple's around. Temples in Jerusalem. Yeah, okay.
And Ya'ochazakal, Ezekiel, is writing in the early days of the exile of Yahweh, so the temple is still standing. It hasn't been destroyed yet when he wrote this. So, but the temple is in, you said, Jerusalem, and that's the southern kingdom, the kingdom of Judah, Yahudah. And you just said Sodom must be the southern kingdom. Metaphorically, the southern kingdom is Sodom. But Jerusalem is in Sodom then. So who is this woman in the middle of Sodom and Shamaron? A woman who has a father for an Amorite and a mother a Hittite, born in the land of Canaan, born in filth, cast out into the open field, then committing all types of lewdness until someone came by, Yahweh came by and cleaned her up and made her a beautiful woman. And she prospered and became great and multiplied and became a kingdom. But then she fell off and became a prostitute, a weird, strange prostitute who paid her lovers instead of getting paid by them. So the answer to this riddle is that there are two Jerusalems. The Jerusalem of the Amorites was in the north, and the Jerusalem of the Jebusites was in the south. The Jerusalem of the Amorites was conquered by Joshua. And it says that there were 5 kings of the Amorites, and Jerusalem was one of those cities of the 5 kings of the Amorites. That's in Joshua chapter 10, verses 1 to 5. The Jebusite Jerusalem, it says they weren't able to conquer that. They subdued them and made them pay tribute, but they weren't able to go into the, I don't know why, but it was so strong that it wasn't until the time of David, centuries later, that city was conquered and Doeg made it his capital. So there's 2 Jerusalems, right? The one in the south became the main one. And the one in the north, the Amorite Jerusalem, is what everyone knows today. That's the Jerusalem everyone visits today in the land. That was called Jerusalem Mashna, which means what?
Second.
The second.
The second.
The second. And you can find that in 2 Kings 22 and 14, where it's called Jerusalem Mashna, the second. So there was the first Jerusalem, which is in the south, the one that Doeg made his capital, and the second one was the one in the north, the Amorite one. Now, when the land was conquered and subdued by Joshua, and the land was divvied out among the 12 tribes, Loy didn't get land. After all that was done, then it was time to assign cities to who? In Joshua chapter 20, it was time to assign 48 cities to the Loam because they didn't get any land. So it said, well, we'll give you cities out of the tribes. Right. And if you look in Joshua 21, it says that the children of Aaron, who came out of they came out of the son of Koth. The Aaronites come out of Koth. They got 13 cities in Yehuda, Shamayon, and Banyamin. And then Koth got 10 cities out of Aparim, out of Dan, and out of the half tribe of Manasseh. And then the family of Gershon, the other family of the Loam, they got 13 cities out of Yashachar, Ashar, Naphtali, and the other half tribe, Manasseh, which was in the other side of the Jordan River. And then the last family of the Loam, Morar Ya'o, he got 12 cities out of the tribe of Ra'oban, tribe of Gad, and the tribe of Zabulon. So 13 plus 10 plus 13 plus 12 is 48 cities total. Now, out of those cities, which one did the Amorite? We know where this first Jerusalem went. The Jebusite Jerusalem went where? What tribe claimed that city as part of their inheritance? Yehuda. We actually was on the border of Yehuda and Banyamin, but it was Banyamin claimed it. But eventually, when David became king, it was pretty much a given that no, it belongs to the tribe of Judah. What about the second Mashnah, the second Jerusalem? Whose tribe did that go to? First thing you have to read, you have to go to Thora 1, chapter 33 and 18. Someone read that. You can read it in the filthy English. It's okay.
What scripture was that?
Thora 1 or Genesis chapter 33 and verse 18.
If you got a shot, go ahead.
Oh, okay. After Yehoshaphat came from Padan Aram, he arrived safely at the city of Shechem in Hanai and camped within the site of the city.
That was 33:18?
33:18.
Wait a second. Maybe I got the wrong verse here.
This is where Yehoshaphat meets Asher.
That was 33 and 18. When they was at Shechem.
Okay, can you read it one more time in English? Maybe I didn't hear you.
Okay. You got a shot. You want me to read it?
Go ahead, Nasir.
Then Yahushua came safely to the city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, when he came from Padan Aram, and he pitched his tent before the city.
Your translation doesn't say he came to Shalom, a city of Shechem?
A lie. I'm reading the, maybe if I switch to the King James, I'm reading like the.
Yeah, it says it in the King James.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Who has our language? Who has Thora 1, 33:18? Go to our scripture because those translations, boy, whoa.
You want
me to read the regular King James? The regular King James don't even say that. It just says safely to the city of Shechem.
Oh, it's translating.
But the translation does. And he came, Yahushua came to Shalom, a city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, when he came to Padan Aram and pitched his tent before the city.
That's what it says in our language. He came, Jacob, Yahushua, to Shalom, which was a city of Shechem. And Shalom is just short for Jerusalem.
They're translating the Shalom as to be safe, the adjective.
Yeah. And it's wrong. It's wrong. It's the name of a city that was a suburb or a satellite of Shechem. In other words, these were cities were pretty much adjacent, and Shechem was seen as the bigger, more important city, and then there was Shalom after that.
Shalom is the northern part, right? The northern
No,
Jerusalem.
no,
Okay, so
Shalom would be
southern.
the southern part.
Okay.
So,
That's the sorry
right?
to interrupt. That's the Jerusalem that's desolate right now, right?
No, this
Okay.
Jerusalem that we're reading about here is the one everyone goes to today, the popular one
That is the one in the north.
in the north. The city of Shechem. Shechem is the so-called Mount Zion, the western hill. If you go to the city, the old city today, they'll tell you that this is Mount Zion. You say, wait a minute, I thought Mount Zion was where they built the temple. There's no temple here. And they say, oh no, well, we just call it that because this is the stronger of the three hills here. There's like three hills, and the little hill in the south is the city of David. You say, well, that's the city of David. The city of David is supposed to be this impenetrable fortress. You can't tell me that. So it's really confusing when you go there and they tell you this is the Jebusite Jerusalem, and it doesn't match the description of Jebusite. But it does match the description of Amorite Jerusalem, which was the city of Shechem. Shechem was that western hill, Mount Zion, so-called Mount Zion. And then the southern part of that was Jerusalem, Shalom. That's the first thing we need to know. Now, what tribe did the city of Shechem go to? The city of Shechem became the territory of Aparim, and it was called the mountain of Aparim. Now, someone turn to Joshua 21:21.
In our language?
No, you can. I hope just read in the filthy English. Let me see what it says.
Okay, for they gave to them the city of refuge for the slayer, Shechem, and with its common land in the mountains of Ephraim and Hazar, and with its common land.
Okay, now what family is that that's getting the city of Shechem and the mountain of Paran? In Joshua 21, what family is getting Koth? Everybody see that? In other words, once all the tribes got their land and their inheritances, then it was time to give out cities to the Loam. And the city of Shechem, which was a refuge city, right, it went to the tribe of, or the Loam of Koth. But the city of Shechem has a suburb or a satellite. So that means that they didn't just get Shechem, they got Shechem and its suburbs, its satellites. And what was one of its satellites?
Shalom.
Shalom, Jerusalem. Jerusalem in the north. So now we go back to the prophet Yahweh, and we see what he's done. What he what he's done is he's gone through this whole story of this poetry of this girl, this baby girl who grows up to become this drop dead gorgeous woman who then turns into a prostitute, a strange one who pays her lover instead of getting paid. And she also became even a kingdom, it says. She was so beautiful. And then it says he was going to pollute her and destroy her. And then it says she has sisters, Shamaron on her left, which means north, and Sodom on her right, which means south. So that would make the Amorite Jerusalem a city of the Loam, and specifically the Loam of Kath. Kath. He went through all this metaphorical analogy of a prostitute to hone it down to he's talking about the Loam of the family of the Cathaim, because they were in the middle with the northern kingdom and their tribes, and you had Loam among them. You had the families of the Morar Ya'o. They had 12 cities out of Ra'oban, Gad, and Zabalon. You had Gerashon. They had 13 cities. And the Aaron, sons of Aaron, who were also Kath there. It's weird because the sons of Aaron are also Kath. And their cities were in the south, Yehuda, Shamayon, and so that would have to be the sons of Aaron would have to be in this story, this parable. They would have to be who? What sister are they? The sons of Aaron. What sister must they belong to?
Sodom.
Sodom, because they're in the south. And all these other tribes, all these other families of the Loam, are in the north. In the city of Shechem, which was adjacent to and uh, the main or the primary city of Jerusalem, that went to the Loam of Kath. So what has the prophet done? He's told this very, very elaborate story, but he's talking about Loam. And he's specifically talking about the Loam who inherited Jerusalem. And now we can begin to go back and look. It's okay, when did the Loam get Jerusalem? That was after it was conquered by Joshua. And how did Joshua find it? He found it in the hands of who?
The Amorites.
An Amorite. Right? And Shechem was a Hivite or another form of Hittite. So it was also a city of the Hittites. That's how it began its early history. Polluted, a Canaanite city, until Joshua conquered it. It says when Doeg slew Goliath, he put his head in that city and he took his armor and put it in his tent. Now that's when Doeg wasn't even king yet, and he hadn't conquered Jebusite Jerusalem. So what Jerusalem was he able to go put the head of the giant in? It was the northern Jerusalem, where the priests lived. He brought it there. And that city became famous, especially when they started breaking the laws and committing whoredom. And that was one of the great high places. The second Jerusalem was the great high place where these Loam were breaking the commandments and doing all type of lewdness. So now I'm telling you who the sisters are. The Shamaron, are the Loam that were scattered among the northern kingdom. And Sodom are the sons of Aaron that were scattered among the southern kingdom. And this woman who he's talking about are the Loam that were living in the second Jerusalem. Verse 47. Wallah badarachehan.
And not in their ways.
Not after their ways. Right? Halachath. Wa bathoai bothehan.
Is it and or nor? It's one of the conjunctions.
Nor done after their abominations. Resheth, you did chamait, as if something small.
So I both say
Yeah. Bathoi bothehan, Resheth, you did chamait as a small thing. Kat. What's kat?
I both say
Kat is an adjective, very. Wa tashachate. You have corrupted yourselves. Mahan than them, more than them. B'chol in all darachecha I'm sorry, darachech in the feminine, your ways. So it's saying, yeah, your sisters were corrupt, but you were worse than they were. Verse 48. I'm sorry, Na'am Adonai Ya'o, as I live, says Lord Ya'o. Reshatha Saddam.
This if she had done.
If she had done Saddam, Achathach, your sister, hey
It is. Or it
he.
was.
No, it means she.
Oh, yes.
Wabanotheha and her daughters. Chashar like as Rashet you did. Ath Wabanothech and your daughters. So he's saying, as I live, Sodom and her daughters have not done as you and your daughters have done. That's deep. That's like saying, um, yeah, there's wickedness in Sodom, and these are the children of Iran. But you have gone above and beyond. You've gone above and beyond what they've done in terms of wickedness. 49. Hana. Za he'ah.
This was.
No, not sorry. Not he'ah.
Okay.
Za he ron. This was the iniquity of Saddam. Achothak, your sister. Gaon, pride. Shabbat lacham, fullness of bread. Wa shaloth, and heaped up abundance. Hashkat, and silence or idleness. Hey was laha to her. Ulabanoteha, and in her daughters. Yad, and the hand Rane of the poor. Wa Abeon, and the Abeon, the Ebionite. La Hachzeka.
Did she also strengthen them? Did she strengthen?
Not that she strengthened. So he's accusing the South, Saddam. Yes, they were sinners. They had pride. They had fullness of bread, abundance of idleness. Um, didn't strengthen the hand of the poor and the needy. Right. Verse 50. Wa'athaka ba'ena. She did strengthen with Ashai-na, and she did commit Thoai-bah, abomination, la pene, before me. Wa asir, and I took away Athan them, Cha'ashar, as I, like as Ra'ethe I saw, like as I saw fit or fit to do. So now we have a captivity. Saddam has been taken captive, but not this woman yet. Well, not, no, I shouldn't say not yet. But this sister, Saddam, was definitely taken into captivity, which means we would have to be talking about um, the Babylonian exile or the Roman exile. But she was definitely taken out of the land and into captivity. Washamaron, Chatse, half of Chatathek, your sins. La Chata, not did she sin. Watharabe, and you increased. Thoibothech, your abominations, Mahana, from or greater than them. Wathat Sadake, and you justified Ath Achetech, you justified your sisters. Bachal in all thoi bothech your whoredoms, your abominations. Ashar which Rasheth you did. Gam ath sha'eh. Verse 52.
Oh, also you, Sha'e, oh, you bear up.
Chalamathach. Chalama is shame. Chalamathach, your shame. Ashar palalath, which you judged. La'achothach, your sisters. Ba chatathech, by your sins, Ashar, that athaibath, you have committed. Mahan, more than them.
Wasalakale, Abe.
Shalom.
Where'd it go? You said koth, you put a O in there, but I don't, and you did it above two. Is it missing or
I did where? What word?
la'akathak? You said la'akathok or
Where did
la'akoth.
I say that? This word?
Yeah.
La'achathach, your sister.
Okay, because you had said la'akothak.
Oh, because sometimes the word may have that wa, like here.
So it can be either or.
Yeah.
Okay, shalom.
We can say achathe, we can say achothe.
Shalom.
La'achathach, your sister, ba'chatathech, by your sins. Shath, haithabath, which you committed more than them, Mahan. Ba'tzadakna, you've justified mamcha more than you. Wagam and also ath boshe. Boshe. Be confounded. Washa'e, and bear. Halamathach, your shame. Batzadakathach, in that you have justified Achathech, you've justified your sisters. Achethech, I'm sorry. Achethech. Wa shabte ath shabethan. When I turn 54.
53.
I'm sorry, not 54, 53. When I turn or when I bring off Shabbathan, their captivity, off Shabbat with the captives of Saddam, Wabanotheha, and her daughters, Wa'af Shabbat with the captives Shamaron, Wabanotheha, and her daughters, Wa Shabbat and the captives Shabbethech, your captives, Bathochana, in the midst of them. Verse 53 is saying that when he brings back the captives of the Saddam and her daughters, and the captives of Shamaron and her daughters, he will also bring back the captives of this woman in the midst of them. That's why this verse rules out that we're talking about the nation as a whole and all of the tribes. Because what will this mean? If Saddam is the southern kingdom and Shamaron is the northern kingdom, then who are these people brought back in the midst of them?
That would mean there would have had been a third kingdom.
Yeah, and the Loam were scattered among all these other tribes, was supposed to be anyway. And the southern kingdom has Loam in it because all the Loam, after they were driven out by Yeroboam, they went into the south. So this third entity must be specifically Loam, but not all Loam. It's talking about the sons of Koth in the midst of them. It's talking about the son. He's gone through all this to lambast, to throw under the bus the sons of Koth, for blaming them for turning the second Jerusalem into a pagan place of worship. And that second Jerusalem did at one time become a kingdom. Who knows when it was, it did actually become a full-fledged kingdom on its own. In the time of the judges, Abi-Malach, son of Gideon, became king in Shechem, and that meant king of Shalom next to it. And the priest there who supported him supported his abominations. 54, Lamine, the Sha'e, Chalamathach, that you will bear your shame, Wana Chalamath.
Be ashamed.
And be ashamed, Machal, from all Ashar, that which Reshit you did. Banachamach. Banachamach.
And you comforted. When you're comforted, yeah.
Or let's put it, it is an infinitive construct. Nacham will be comfort. You will bear your shame, and you will be confounded of all the things that you did in your comfort unto them, is what it's saying. That's very important because the next verse says, it says, this is verse 55, Wa'achethek, your sister Sodom, Wabanotheha, and her daughters, that show Bena, they will return La Kadamatham to their old estate, their old condition, their pristine condition when they were, righteous and doing everything right. Shamaron and Shamaron, Wabanotheha and her daughters, Thashobena, they will return La Kadamatham to their old estate. Wa'af Banothech, and then your daughters, Thashobena, they will return La Kadamath Khan to your old estate. So these three entities will all be returning at simultaneously to their old estate, their old condition. Walo, this is another way of saying la and not, Hetha, Saddam, Achathach, your sister, La Shemoi, to be heard, Bapech, in the mouth, in your mouth, Bayom, in the day of Gaonech, your pride. And Saddam, your sister, was not mentioned. La Shemoi was not heard in your mouth, the day of your pride. What's that mean? Why is Saddam singled out, saying she wasn't even mentioned in the day of your pride by you? So the pride of this woman would be her heyday when she was her glorious, beautiful self, but she was also a whore. And all the time that was happening, she eclipsed Saddam and didn't even make mention of it. Became insignificant. So what are we talking about?
This is talking. Saddam is the southern kingdom.
With the tribe, with the loin of Aaron in it.
Loin of Aaron.
So So the sons of Aaron are supposed to be, the big priests, the chief priests and all that. And so what this is saying is that this is saying that the priests who are of the family of Koth, in their heyday, when they were at the peak of their glory and their abomination, they had eclipsed the sons of Aaron in the south. And no one was looking at the sons of Aaron in the south anymore. They were all going to sons of Koth in the Amorite Jerusalem. They had usurped the sons of Aaron. The sons of Koth had usurped the sons of Aaron. And they didn't sacrifice and do the correct offerings they were supposed to do by the sons of Aaron. They were doing the profane offerings by the sons of Koth up in the second Jerusalem. So this is happening in the northern kingdom, but still it's being blamed on the priests who were in the second Jerusalem. 57. I'm sorry, 57. Yeah, 57. But Taram, before the Gala was revealed, Rifach, your wickedness, Chamo as Ghath, the time of Charapath, the reproach of the Banot, the daughters of Aram, Wachal Sabebotheha.
Okay.
This is historical. There was a time when the northern kingdom was being harassed and persecuted by the Arameans, Hazael and Ben Hadad and all those guys. They were harassing and oppressing the northern kingdom. And those priests were, the reps up there, those pagan priests in Amorite Jerusalem, were living at that time and had to, or not had to, they chose to play the whore with the kings of Aram. And also the daughters of the Palashathaim, they played the whore, and they were the ones who despised them all around. Okay, Palashathaim, Toth, Othach, Masabeb. They despised you from all around. 58, and we're almost done here. Av Zamathach, your lewdness will Athoibathech, and your abominations, Ath Nashathaim, you will bear, or you have borne. Naam Ya'o says Ya'o, 58. 59. Checha Amar Ya'o, Checha Amar Adonai Ya'o, Wa Reshethe Athach. I will do with you, Cha'ashar Resheth Ashar, which you have done, Ashar Bazeth, in despising the oath, Allah, Lahapar, and to annul or to abolish Barith, the covenant. Verse 60. Wa Zacharthe, I will remember. Ane, I, Ath Barethe, my covenant Athach with you. Bayame, in the days of Naarech, your youth. Wahakmothe, Hakmothe, and I will establish Lach to you, Bareth Gulam, an everlasting covenant. Wazacharath, and you will remember Ath Darachech, your ways. Wana Chalamath, and be ashamed or confounded by Chachathach. When receiving you, Bachatha, Ath Achethech, your sisters. Ha Gedolath, the greater, the elder, Mamach, al hakatanoth, and the younger mamach from you. Wanafathe, and I will give afham them lach to you, labanoth for daughters. Wallah, but not ma barethach, by your covenant. So what does it mean to be given the older sister and the younger sister for daughters? What could that mean? The older sister and the younger sister will be given to her as daughters, but not by her old covenant, not by the covenant where she was playing harlot.
Does it mean that the Loe will actually, take that place as the caretakers of the law and lead the nation,
Say it
lead the
again.
kingdom? Does it mean that the Loe will take their place as, the teachers and caretakers of the law and lead the kingdom?
All right, well, the older daughter, we said, are the families of the Loam in the northern kingdom, and the younger daughter is the sons of Aaron in the southern kingdom. So the Gershon, the Mariah families, and the sons of Aaron are going to be given to this woman as daughters when they are brought out of captivity. Simultaneously, when they are brought out of captivity, simultaneously, they are going to become daughters of this woman. So a daughter is a child, and a child needs to be what?
Instructed, raised.
Raised and taught, right? So this tribe is now being restored, redeemed, forgiven, and all that. But now it has to do what to the older daughter and the younger daughter, who they've all been brought out of captivity together.
Raise and instruct them.
Instruct them, teach them. Wa hakemothe, and I will establish I, ath barethe, my covenant athach with you. Wayadaith, and you will know che ane Ya'o, that I am Ya'o. Lamain ba zachare, so that you will remember, wabashath, and be ashamed. Walaya, and not will it be lach to you, Lord, again, pathachon pa, the opening of the mouth, mapane before me, chalamathach, last verse.
Your shame.
Your shame, ubachapare, not wa, bachapare, when atoned I am, or when pacified I am, lach, toward you. Lachal, for all ashar which chasheth you did. Naam Adonai Ya'o. End of the chapter. So my explanation in the past would have looked at this as just the tribes, and it would have tried to, say that, okay, there's going to be Northern Kingdom, Southern Kingdom, and this other tribe here, or other people here that are going to become like the mother figure of these other groups. But really what it's saying is that the northern Jerusalem, which was occupied by the loim of the family of Koth, became corrupted, was once beautiful and glorious, became corrupted, and it did more wickedness than the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom combined. But now when Yahweh is bringing them out of captivity together, he says he's going to give the older daughter and the younger daughter to this woman for daughters, to be trained, to be raised. And the way I see that is we have Loam amongst us, and we have sons of Aaron who've been identified. We have sons of Koth who've been identified. We have sons of Gershon, and sons of, I haven't, there's a few other families and people who I have to identify who've come here recently. We haven't put them in a family yet. But of the families that we have, the sons of Kath who are among us, they're the ones who are supposed to be what?
Teaching.
Teaching who?
The other tribes, the other families of Loe.
The other families of the Loam. So it's a long story, but it's a beautiful story in the way it ends. How he found this woman in her filth, where the city began, Jerusalem, the north began, how it became a city within the sphere of influence of the Loam, and specifically the sons of Kath. And now the sons of Kath, which, they probably felt like they deserved it, since even the sons of Aaron are Kathites, right? So that probably went, to their head, and they became this super priestly family, and their high places were the ones that were spread out all the place and doing the wickedness until Hezekiah tried to shut it all down. Right? Then our whole nation was destroyed and went into captivity, and eventually went through Africa and all that and came to America. And now that that we are being brought out, one of a city and two of a family, right? Still, we have enough to identify Loam. And this chapter is telling us that the sons of Kath committed the most wickedness among all the Loam combined. But they are also going to be the Loam that he restores this covenant with, and be the ones to teach the other Loam as daughters, as a mother would a daughter, to train them and raise them into what to do. And that's actually happening amongst us. If you have eyes to see, if you're looking, that's actually happening amongst us. Am I wrong?
La.
Not at all.
La.
So another prophecy that on the face of it, it's confusing as all hell. But if we are the people of this book, then we would be the ones fulfilling these prophecies. And this would have to be talking ultimately about what you and I are doing right now with our lives in this wilderness. And this is actually happening right before our eyes in this wilderness. And that's it. I'll stop there since we went long. It's now late, 11:14. And do we have a son of Aaron? Bless us.
Yeah, shalom. Shalom. Okay. Ya baracha Ya'o wa yashamarcha. Ya'ar Ya'o paniu alicha wa yashkancha. Yasha Ya'o paniu alicha wa yasham lacha. Shalom.
Shalom, shalom. And I'll let questions be for tomorrow since it's already late. We'll do that tomorrow.
Shalom.
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 Shalom, Ben. Shalom,
Shalom,
Mashpachate.
shalom.
Shalom,
Oh,
Mashpachate.
la
Shabbat Shalom.
Yahoo. Yahoo.
Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Mashpachate.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. Kate Kakaboza Yao.
Shabbat shalom.
Shalom, Ben. I know you said we can have questions wait until tomorrow, but I was wondering if you could just ask me like one question, please. It's been weighing on my mind.